Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of the December 16th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. Can we establish a quorum, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Ms. Kirkner,
Here.
Mr. Kane,
Here.
Mr. Huff,
Here.
Mr. Robertson,
Here.
Mr. Soyson,
Here.
Mr. Lester,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
Here.
Commissioner Gordon,
Here.
Secretary Daly. Here. Madam Chair, please let the record reflect that 8 members are present and we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for their December 16th, 2025 meeting.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. They stand approved. Moving on to commission member reports. I just signed a plan, which is Kate Wagner Road. So it was a 2-lot subdivision. Commissioner Gordon.
I have nothing, but thank you.
Any other?
Yeah, I just want to, just real quick, make a comment. We had site visits this past Friday to the Copper Ridge and Griffith West sites. That's some of us were interested in, and it was, they're very beneficial. I thought it was well worth the time, and just to visualize what we're seeing. You know, one's talking about solar, one's a subdivision, and when you're there at the site, physically looking at how this is going to lay out, and you can, you know, project what this is going to look like, it's really helpful. So thank you to the staff for putting that together.
Any other? No? Okay. Administrative reports. Secretary Daly.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of notes for you. First of all, I think at the last business meeting, I mentioned that the Braddock Road Solar Project had been rejected by the PSC, and we expected that to be appealed, and they have indeed appealed that. So the process continues, and we'll keep you updated as that moves through the appeals process. I also wanted to bring your attention to 2 upcoming events. Tonight at the South Carroll Senior Center is the public hearing on the proposed deferrals for 4 different types of projects in the Freedom area. That begins at 6 p.m. and of course it's a public hearing. People are welcome to come and share their comments. They're limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And then the Board of County Commissioners will deliberate on that matter. I believe on Thursday, we'll open that discussion. The other thing I wanted to mention to you is we have a work session. Our normally scheduled work session in January is would be on January 7th. I would like to propose that we use that time for some training. I know a number of questions have come up in terms of procedural kinds of things, as well as what the Planning Commission's role in certain types of reviews may be. I think at the beginning of the new year would be a good time to do a little bit of a refresher. As you all know, you're required to do some training on just sort of the role of the Planning Commission, as well as ethics training when you first come on the board. But that's kind of a one and done type of thing. So we thought it might be helpful to do just a little bit of a refresher and prepare information that will be helpful to you as you continue to go through carrying out your responsibilities. So that would be on December 7th in lieu of our regularly scheduled work session. Oh, I'm sorry.
January 7th.
My notes say December, but I clearly was thinking January. We would technically then cancel the January 7th work session, but we would ask you all to be present for sort of an in-house training kind of thing. Any questions or comments on that suggestion?
I think it's great because we can all use the prompts and trying to remember, so.
Good. And I'll just point out, I have shared with you in the past various training that's offered through the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. Usually that requires you to travel to an all-day kind of thing. I have all of the materials from the most recent training session that was offered in Cecil County, and that's sort of what we'll be using to build this. So this isn't just sort of an idea out of thin air. That was a training session that was offered, and I know it's a difficult thing for folks to take that much time to be away, so we wanted to offer essentially the same experience or some of the same material to you all in-house. So that's, we'll be building off of that. And that's it for administrative matters from me.
Extensions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're Matthias with Development Review. We have one extension since our meeting last month. This is for S210027. The project title is 1332 London Town. So you all might recall this because it's pretty recent. This is the second extension for this project. It is showing additional parking on this site as well as classifying the entirety of the site as an industrial park. And it is in Commissioner District 5. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
BZA, nothing?
There are no BZA cases.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Number 8, review of administrative rules of procedures in operation.
Okay, so we have a number of things that we need to take care of administratively. We do it usually at the end of every year, typically in November, but we bumped this one a little bit because we're in the process of revising all of the bylaws for the boards and commissions in the county. I shared with you all a draft of the Planning Commission bylaws that were meant to fit sort of a template that's been developed for all of the different boards and commissions. So there are a few sections that we need to fill in and discuss. We also, and so we'll need to go through those. And then we also have some other administrative kinds of things like approving the calendar for 2026. And I'd like to start off with the election of the secretary, the chair, and the vice chair, and the appointment of the clerk. And then we'll roll into the calendar and approval of the, review and approval of the bylaws. Does that sound like a good order? As you know, the administrative rules and procedures allows for the the chair and the vice chair to hold a term of 1 year. So Ms. Kirkner was elected chair last year. This is her second term as, oh no, you're actually,
Yeah.
one and a half,
Like
right?
1.5,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
But I'm happy to pass the torch.
Okay. And Mr. Kane was elected last year, and you can also, they can serve, the chair and the vice chair can serve for two terms. Okay, so let's start off with the election of the secretary. So the way that would move through the process is anybody who wants to make a motion to nominate somebody as the secretary, I'm currently serving in that role, would make a motion as typically you do, and then it be seconded and voted on.
I would move Daphne Daly be approved as secretary.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Okay, so then, in my role as a secretary, I'm opening up the nominations for the role of chair of the planning commission.
Can I nominate? I nominate Michael Kane.
And is there a second? I'm sorry, who?
I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to nominate Michael Kane for the office of chair. Any other nominations? Okay. We'll close the nominations and take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, in your first role as chair, you can open the nominations for vice chair.
So we now accept nominations for office of vice chair.
I'll make the motion, Ralph Robertson.
Second.
Are there any nominations, any other nominations for vice chair? Okay, I'd like to close the nomination for vice chair and elect Ralph Robertson for the office of vice chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Ralph.
All right, and final procedural thing here. As the secretary, I would like to nominate Gail to continue serving as clerk. And I don't think we need to vote on that. That's just an appointment that's made by the director or the secretary. All
Congratulations.
righty, we have our officers in place. Thank you all. So we'll start with the review of the dates for 2026. Usually we take a look at those to see if there's anything that looks like it could be a conflict with, say, a holiday or something like that. Have you all had a chance to look at those meeting dates, and is there any that anyone wants to shift by a week or so?
I looked through them, and, you know, typical 4th of July, Labor Day, there's no issue, it appears, in 2026. So I thought it was pretty clean.
Yeah. Okay,
So with no revisions to that, would you like a motion?
please.
I move that we accept the calendar as submitted.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well, I have to do that now.
Yeah.
I guess you could switch seats if you want to.
Pass the gavel.
We'll have to get new nameplates for everybody.
There you go.
Do you need a roll call vote?
No.
All right, moving on. Thank you all for that. Now let's dig into our bylaws. And as I noted, we have been given a template that we're trying to conform all of the boards and commissions to in general. I shared a copy of this draft with you all and noted that any of the text that is highlighted is text that's new. So, actually, it's just occurring to me that what we have up here right now is not the revised version that I sent out to you, but that was only changed in one place, and that's the number 2 authority for board. So the reference to section 10-324 would go away. Okay, so the highlighted text is text that's new. Everything else is essentially the same text that was in the existing rules of procedure, just maybe rearranged in terms of the sections that they were put in. So if it's not highlighted, it's text that was already in your rules and procedures. So let's just go through these and make sure that there's nothing that you all have questions on or want to revise. So under number 2, authority for the board, I mentioned we're going to strike the section 10-324 because that doesn't apply to Carroll County. Our authority comes from Division 1 of the Land Use Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and those references were linked up for you all in terms of their specific sections. And the additional text for 3 includes a statement of purpose, also derived from Division 1 of the Land Use Article, and then a note on orientation for new members, which, as I mentioned earlier, is also required under Section 1-206 of the Land Use Article. So any comments or questions on the new text under 2 and 3?
No?
Okay.
I would
Yeah.
just ask a clarifying question. Is it, does it make sense? This is not any disparagement on you or Chris, but shouldn't we just put the title in there and not the names? Because if something happens and there's
Sure.
y'all change positions, we would hate to have to redo this.
Yes.
And I don't see a ton of turnover, but I think it would make sense to just leave that as a reference to
Right.
the title. Does that make sense?
Honestly, we could probably strike that entire reference. I don't know that it's relevant to the purpose of the board, and we do talk about the role of the secretary later in the,
Right.
yeah. So I'm fine if we just want to strike the whole thing. Sound good?
Yep, makes sense.
Yep. All right.
Please stay. Don't go anywhere.
I don't have plans to, but.
All right. Won't have to redo it.
Okay, let's talk about membership. This one has a few less highlighted areas. In this section, we essentially just clarified that members are citizens of Carroll County, and we made reference to the length of each term, which is a 5-year term. Currently, there is no limit to the number of terms for which a member is eligible to be reappointed. The only limits are for officers, and those are described later in the text.
Didn't we used to have a two-term limit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did. I don't know when that changed, and I believe that some of the challenge with that is that it's sometimes difficult to find people who are available to serve in this capacity. I know it's a big lift for you all, so that may have been part of the impetus behind that.
Okay.
If you would like to suggest a term limit, a limit for the number of terms, you're certainly.
I think it's always good to have term limits, you know. I mean, the same people would be doing this, it could be forever, as the way it reads now.
Yep.
I will note with the way it reads right now, you still have a 5-year term, and then you have to go through the reappointment process through the commission and reapply and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so when they reappoint you, I think you are all, first of all, they have the option whether they want to offer that reappointment or not. You also always have the option to decline that. So, so it is sort of periodically reviewed in that way.
I don't know.
So if 5 new people came up and the commissioners felt that they were worthy, or I don't want to say better, because
When you if there's an opening, you advertise that then, don't you? Or,
Yeah,
so the way it reads now, you'd never advertise it because it's just automatically reappointed unless that person decides not to accept.
So I believe it's every 5 years that a whole new application opens up. You have the option of reapplying, and the commissioners have the option of just reappointing you, but it has to go through the full process every 5 years when a commission member comes up on their term limit.
my understanding as well is that the boards and commissions are always open for people to apply to, whether there's an opening or not. So somebody who's interested in serving on the planning commission can make their application, and then those applications are reviewed when there is an opening to be filled.
So there may never be an opening. If everybody,
Well, no. I think every 5 years, I haven't seen a calendar or the expiration dates for any of the members in a while, so.
We can provide that
That would
to
be
you, yeah.
helpful to see, but, so, say, I don't know, Matt, his 5th year expiring is, this March. Matt can opt out of the commission, right? Or he could continue on. Now, how would he express his interest to continue into another 5-year term?
He would have to reapply just like any person who wanted on for the initial time too.
So
He
he
has to
would-
go through the same process they do.
And he would reapply, and then the process includes, meeting with the commissioners, right? And interviewing with the commissioners
Correct.
as to become one of the, candidates for the board.
Correct. So everybody who applies, should they meet the requirements of citizenship or other things like that, they all get their time in front of the commissioners to equally make their case.
Right. So there's that's how things could change there. Or Matt could opt out and create an opening.
Stop shaking your head.
Otherwise, we're here till, forever. No, I'm kidding.
And we do have staggered terms, so obviously the idea is not to have everybody rotate off at the same time. So there's it's not like it's only once every 5 years that this opportunity is available. Because there are staggered terms, it's kind of consistently an option.
Well, I'll say it out loud. my term was up, like, in the next, either this month or next month. Just as a point of reference, I didn't reapply. I just got a notice that I was reappointed, which I accepted. So, I mean, it was kind of a funny thing, because it was, yeah, I didn't reapply.
Yeah, I don't know if they have to reapply.
Right, so if there's no other applications sitting in the pool, then your name automatically is kind of the one who's submitted if you accept it. If there are other people who have applied, then you have to go through the full process. So if you just got reappointed, in theory, there should have been nobody else who applied.
Yeah, okay.
And again, you're always offered the opportunity to
Yeah, I was.
decline that invitation.
Okay, thank you.
It's a great group of people, but I don't know if anybody want to be over 2 terms anyway.
Yeah, 10 years is a while, right?
It's a lot of work. But it's appreciated.
So, Richard, just, you think there should be term limits?
I always think it's good to have new people.
I agree. I agree.
That's the only reason I brought that up. But if there's a problem finding new people, then this is a way to solve that problem.
So is there a way to put forward that there would be I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I was trying to come up with something, some kind of hybrid where,
I mean, like if there's somebody that applied, sent in their interest,
Then
and somebody else's,
automatically-
their term is up,
then you're automatically,
you're automatically
something like that?
Keep
or
in mind, the commissioners are not automatically, they don't have to select that person who applied either. That person may
true.
not meet the requirements or may not be the right fit.
Yeah, I hear you that. I don't know, Richard, because I happen to agree with you on term limits. I think, giving other people the opportunity to have a voice is a good thing, and giving them an opportunity to lead is a good thing. I also understand there's a learning curve. We're still figuring it out up here. So, I would lean your direction too, if that was something, a direction we wanted to go. But I also know that there was a period of time here where we had 3 vacant chairs.
Yeah.
We had no alternate, we had 2 vacant chairs. So we were real close to being, not being functional.
No quorum.
I mean, if you want to do that if there is an issue, muddy in the water, you could do max of 2 5-year terms, and then if there's nobody, then if you're after your 2 5-year terms, then it could be like on a yearly basis, like a yearly basis, if somebody
Until someone is
applies.
found.
While
Yeah.
recruiting is taking place, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if that complicates things too much, but that kind of sort of gives term limits to a degree, but it also keeps the seat full in the hopes that somebody else would, so it's not like, somebody applied and then, you're only a month. It would just be renew on a yearly basis. And that would still give some level of term limits, but it would also hopefully encourage other people that maybe want to get involved.
But I look at it this way, have we had a problem up to now for people being on here perpetually? If we haven't, I don't see the need to change anything. If we have had a problem of consecutive terms, 10, 20, 30 years, then we have a problem, but I don't see it. I don't think we have. So, and we have it's a check and balance here because the commissioners, it's at the discretion of the commissioners. So I think we have a 5-member check and balance on this whole thing too. So I tend to say, leave it.
Just one, I would make one suggestion that, on the county website where we're listed, I think it would make sense to post there, how many terms we've served and when our term expires. So people can kind of say, okay, I might apply for that.
I seem to, Peter, I seem to recall that used to be out
It
there.
used to be out there, but it's not now.
It's not
So
now,
I'm
right.
looking at it as we speak, so.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good thing to have up there.
Okay.
And thank you.
Okay, so we're leaving the text as it is. I see everyone's head
I
nodding.
think so.
Okay. Okay, moving on, and you're certainly welcome to suggest changes to any of the language that's not highlighted, as we would do if we were just reviewing the procedures in our annual way that we do. I'm going to focus on the highlighted text, but please let me know if there's anything in between that you wanted to revisit. So under the role of the secretary, we did clarify that in addition to the things that are spelled out, that were spelled out already, we did clarify that the secretary serves as the primary staff support for the commission, and that unless otherwise determined by the commission, the secretary position is held by the director or deputy director of the Department of Planning and Land Management. So this gets at reinforcing that language that we removed
Paragraph
in
one.
number 2.
Right.
Any questions or comments on that language? Okay. We also did not have previously any language that described the role of the ex officio member. We had language on how the ex officio can vote and those sorts of things, but I just added in some basic language about the role of the ex officio member. In this case, that the county commissioners may appoint one of its members to serve in this capacity, and their term shall coincide with the member's tenure as a county commissioner. This is verbatim the language that's in the county code related to the role of the ex officio. So if you want to change any of this, we probably need to look at changing the county code.
Just, when I read that, that word "may,"
Yes.
so that kind of implies that the Board of County Commissioners may not
Yes.
appoint a member to sit on this commission. Is that,
That's correct. That's in both the land use article and the county has adopted that in its own code.
okay, so we could have a case where Commissioner Gordon says, I've had enough of this, I'm out of here. And the Board of County Commissioners doesn't appoint anybody, we don't have an ex officio.
That's possible, yeah.
So we prefer the word may to shall.
Shall means they have to,
That's
and
right.
the
I
land
get it.
use article,
I'm-
land use article says may.
Unless the county decides they want to.
That's right.
They want to encumber themselves with that responsibility, but.
I think it's a good thing that, from a communication standpoint,
I
that,
agree.
and just because it says may in the state, we don't want to codify things that we don't agree with, or if we want to do it differently. Tom, I'm looking at you. I actually, I was rereading the 155 and 158, and the word may is in there a bunch. And I was actually, I mean, and as we think, how can we tighten things up? I actually think, I'm so glad you brought up the word may, because again, I was on that like a tick yesterday. I actually word searched it and counted it, and it's in there a lot. And these are regulations, and it says may. So, anyway.
Peter, I agree with you. Now that we have 5 commissioners, I think it's incumbent that one commissioner be on this board as ex officio. It helps interpret what we do here.
That's right.
When they have their meetings, questions come up, we have that voice. And
Well, and-
so
and-
I would be wholeheartedly in favor of changing that word to shall. That's possible, Daphne.
What I'd like to suggest, because I don't want the Planning Commission's bylaws to conflict with the county code, which is where you all get your authority from. So I'd like to suggest that we bring this, this question to the board for their consideration.
Totally-
And then if they are in agreement to change that word in the county code to shall, that then we can go in and amend the Planning Commission bylaws accordingly.
Love that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, moving on. We did just add clarification under 4.2 tenure that the secretary is elected annually and the clerk is appointed by the secretary annually. We did not have that in there, although procedurally that's what we've done. The language on 4.3 under vacancies is new. Again, just putting in writing what we procedurally have done in the past. So if a member must vacate their seat, the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint a replacement to fill the remainder of that member's term, after which they are eligible to be reappointed. Any questions or comments on that language? All right. Then we're going to skip over a large part of the meetings language. This is existing text that really just describes the kinds of meetings that you all may have and what to do when they are called. Under 5.5 public, we have a section that describes the public comment period and what the public is encouraged to comment on. We added language about how written comments can be provided as well, because the bulk of the text talks about people who might come to a meeting and provide verbal comments. So this just clarifies that the public may provide written comment to the Planning and Zoning Commission via the commission's email address or by mail addressed to the commission in care of the Planning and Land Management Department. And we reiterated that all written comments are shared with commission members and carry the same weight as verbal comments provided in person.
That's happened, right? You know, we receive emails about
Yes.
projects all the time, so.
Yep. Anything that comes into that, that email address is shared with you all, unless it's something that's just completely, you know, somebody sent the wrong email or sent an email to the wrong address. Changes or comments to that language? Okay. The attendance and inclement weather policy, actually, I think the inclement weather policy maybe was already in your text. It just wasn't in the draft that I was provided initially, so I think that's carryover text. Attendance and compensation, we did put in, oh, you can ignore on the screen the first part that's in parentheses. The copy that you all received has that deleted, and it just makes reference to the fact that commission members receive a $125 per diem reimbursement in FY26 for each meeting attended. And of course, if that changes at any point in the future, we'll update that number and the reference for the fiscal year.
So I see the expectation to attend X number of meetings. So I was curious about that, and I did some research about some other entities and if a member would miss, it's not here, I don't think, but in other government jurisdictions and things like that, if a committee member misses more than 50% of the meetings, that's considered a resignation. I don't know if we want to do that, but just saying X, if we want to define something.
Yeah, you certainly could, if that's your inclination. The one difficulty with defining a number is that because I would suggest that you not set a number, because the number of meetings, while we have 2 meetings per month scheduled regularly, there are also times when you may have more than that. There are times when you may have less than that. So it's a little difficult to set a number. If you did a percentage, you could do that. We'd have to calculate that, like back calculate that based on the prior year. And we can certainly do that at the end of the year, go back and see if anybody has missed more than 50% of the meetings, at which time we would figure out how to address that situation. I can't recall a time when we had commission members who were consistently absent.
Right.
That it was like an egregious type of absence.
We did have a situation, Janice, about 6-7 years ago, where we had an alternate who literally,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we did have Daphne, that was, BD,
Yeah.
before Daphne.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we literally couldn't find him. I mean, email
Okay.
went blank. Nice person, but I think he just was at a transition point in his life. And so we did have to kind of vote him out and replace him
Okay.
with good people.
Sure.
So I don't know how did we do that?
I don't recall how we did that, but we did because, I don't know, either Richard or,
Ralph, it was one of those seats right there, right?
yeah, well, nothing of either Steve or, it doesn't matter who.
Yeah,
But, yeah,
yeah, because he and I think it was the gentleman I think of, he and I were appointed at the same time. I was appointed here, and he was appointed the alternate.
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
and it was like, came to 3 meetings, maybe?
And then just,
I think it wasn't what he was expecting. He was young, and
Yeah.
so, but I think the commissioners probably put it out, because I don't know that we would have had the authority to take a vote and say,
Well, why don't I do this? Let me do a little bit of research in terms of
okay,
our internal procedures and find out if there's something that's already in place to handle those situations, and then I can come back to you with some suggested language to address attendance expectations.
That'd be great.
one last clarification. I see in there that we're talking about virtual meetings. Is it the case that we are that we have the potential, if we wanted to allow someone to join virtually a meeting that everyone else is appearing at in person? Or is that just, we have the option, whether it's going to be inclement, or, there's a new pandemic, we have the option to go virtual? I was unclear as to whether or not we were saying that we could join a meeting virtually as an option. Is that, I'm unclear as to what we're saying there. Daphne, it's a new world, right? I mean, the technology's gotten better.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure we understand as a commission, if you can't make it, can you join virtually?
Right. I think that, I actually don't know how we're set up to do basically hybrid meetings. So
Right.
this, I think, would be a
Either
fully
or.
virtual meeting. If we're doing a fully virtual meeting, then to be considered present at the virtual meeting, you have to have your camera turned on and reply and establish a
Okay.
quorum. I don't know that we're set up to do hybrid meetings, and I don't believe that this is what the text is referring
Fine.
to.
So it's either or. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank you.
so if there was a need to call a virtual meeting, these are the
Allows for
conditions.
that. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's good.
I had asked early on, when I couldn't be for a meeting, if we could do that, and our guide said, nope, we don't have that
Yeah.
capability.
Yeah.
So,
But certainly if we needed, for any reason, to meet virtually, and everybody was on, virtually, then that would be what we'd have to have, in order for you to be considered present.
I would say a lot of businesses are going to a hybrid. I know when it was COVID, and of course, everybody had to be on, we had a lot of community response then, especially when we were going through making the changes with zoning. There was way more people, I think, that were actually engaged than when we're here in person. So maybe it's something to consider in the future.
That could be. Okay.
Change that.
Agenda deadline and staff report. We added a paragraph here in 6B to specify the reasonable notice that's required under Maryland's Open Meetings Act. This is simply that you have to provide notice in advance of the meeting as soon as possible after scheduling it, and it needs to include the time, date, and place of the meeting, and whether any portions of the meeting will be closed to the public. We try to do that 10 days in advance. Your bylaws say no less than 7 days, and state law says at least 24 hours prior. So these are kind of like the minimums, but we generally, our goal is to get everything posted 10 days prior. And if there's any revisions or anything like that, we try to notify people about that as well. Okay, so the remainder of what you have in front of you is carryover text regarding your kind of governing rules on how to review the projects, who needs to be in attendance, how you make your motions, how voting occurs, and here's the language on the ex officio and how the ex officio may vote. And what happens if an application is denied. Under duties and responsibilities, we have language around communications and how you can communicate with each other, particularly when not to discuss certain things and how many members can be together at any time. This is also where we have text on ethics and the county's ethics ordinance that you're bound to. We also have text on the committees, which we just utilized as part of the work groups. We talk about amending the bylaws through annual review. And then delegation of authority for minor adjustments or corrections to record plats, which can be delegated to the commissioner chair or the secretary. And the final section is new text, but again reflects generally what we do procedurally to review the bylaws. We typically do this in November, and then just a clarification that a copy of the reviewed amended bylaws are sent to or signed and then sent to the Board of County Commissioners. So that is the expanded and slightly reorganized set of regulations for governing your work. I can provide a revised copy of this based on a couple of changes that we have talked about here, and with the proposed language addressing the, what was I going to propose language for? Addressing the attendance. And we'll send that out and then look to take action on this in January. Does that make sense?
Anthony, I'd like to ask a question just for some general reference. What would constitute a closed session? And would you give me some background, Liz,
Sure,
please,
Liz
on
would be the one.
Yeah, so-
what would,
Closed
run
session
us through that, please?
is usually going to be things like legal matters. That's specifically the most heavily used use of a closed session, because the things that we would discuss between you and I and the commission would be considered work product or attorney-client privileged items. So we still make note of what is discussed loosely. However, the contents of that meeting are things that we protect by law. So that could be things that we're protecting for other reasons by law. That could be things that include matters of if someone has a personal matter and you are voting someone off for a very personal matter and they don't want to share because it's medical related. So that could end up in a closed session, for example. It's usually items you're protecting. So you still tell the public what you're discussing, but you have to protect someone or something for a reason.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Before we move on,
Yeah.
this application denied section, it has to come back, we have to wait a year for the proposal or the application to come back around for another vote. We've had this come up a couple times, and we've, you know, in the spirit of efficiency and moving things quicker, can we revisit that? If there's an application that's denied and it's, the developer can go back and readjust the plan, and they're ready to come back to us in 4 months, and now we say, no, you can't, you gotta wait another 8 months for the year to expire. Can we, is there something we could do?
You know, Michael, I think the way to do that is to say, we're not going to deny your application, but we'd like to see revisions to it.
Yeah.
And so, because I will say, we did deny one a while back and we shouldn't have. We didn't know, as a group, there was a groupthink up here that we didn't like what was being proposed.
Right.
We denied it. They took it straight to the BZA and they passed it.
And they won, yeah.
Yeah, and so the way for us to avoid that, I think, is to say, listen, we strongly want to see this in the plan, so we're not going to approve it.
Yeah.
But we're going to give you a chance to come around.
So
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so at that time, we wouldn't even vote.
Right. Or we would vote to see it again.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Speaking of BZA though, because this is something that we brought up numerous times, especially like when, you know, Mr. Walters was here. Would there be a way to change it that anything presented to the BZA wasn't done, what's it, de novo, I believe it was?
De novo is right.
Because we've kind of talked about that before, you know, that we feel that it will be beneficial to the BZA for them to at least wrap their heads around what our reasoning for it was, you know, because I think we had discussed too, you know, anybody that had something denied by us, they can essentially tailor their
So I can add,
verbiage in a way that,
By right, it has to be a de novo hearing.
it does, it's because it has, so at the BZA, you are creating, they're specifically swearing witnesses in, you are creating a record at that meeting. We're not creating, you're creating a loose record here, but you're not creating a legally sufficient record. The Board of Zoning Appeals has to hear it from scratch because you're swearing evidence and potentially witnesses in, and anything that you do there, that record that's created, has to be sent to court if they appeal the Board of Zoning Appeals decision.
okay, that makes sense.
It's weird, but it's right, it's their right.
Yeah.
However, memorandum and things can be submitted, including the minutes from your meeting. It could be every department submits notes or memorandum to the Board of Zoning Appeals to be considered on top of everything, because they don't necessarily testify at those hearings as well, but those things do get forwarded to them.
Okay.
Yeah, at least if there's something, I guess.
So we can, on the question of the application denial, that can be something that we cover in our training about, you know, how to,
That'd be good.
how to review the plans, to what extent you can ask for continued revisions,
Right.
and at what time does something become okay, this is our final thing, either we approve it or we disapprove it, and the grounds for approval and disapproval.
That, I remember David did that when I first joined the board. It was very helpful to me. You know, this is what the board can do at site, you know, development, whatever, concept, you know, and all those steps. And here's where you can add your 2 cents, here's where you can't.
Yeah.
And those kinds of things. So that would be helpful during the training.
Yeah, we'll go back over that as a refresher,
Yeah.
and you can ask any questions procedurally, what do we do here and there?
Right.
Clarification. All right, so we'll revise this and bring it back to you for approval in January.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, should we move on to item number 9? A final site plan, Copper Ridge Solar, S-24-0023. Kirsten is going to lead this.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, let's get this set up. Whoops. Okay. All right, my name is Kirsten with the Division of Development Review. Still getting used to that. If you two could introduce yourselves while I get situated.
I'm Jeff Ziegler with CLSI Civil Engineering.
I'm Sean Brody with HESP Solar.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, we are before the Planning Commission today with this project for the second time. This project was previously presented to you in June, which feels like yesterday, but apparently it was a whole half a year ago. But it might look a little bit familiar, especially for those who went on the site visit recently. This is the Copper Ridge Solar site, or I should specify, this is the Copper Ridge Assisted Living site, which is proposing accessory use of solar panels on the roof as well as ground-mounted. The ground-mounted addition is what put us into the site plan review process as it changes the physical site plan. Some grading needs to happen and so on. So we're before you today again for the second time with this project. This is for final approval of the final site plan. Following this, they proceed to the permits process, the legal documents process, and then the permits process. So this is down in the Eldersburg-Sykesville area. In fact, the area we see on the screen here that is not colorful is the incorporated town of Sykesville. The colored areas are in the county's jurisdiction. As you can see, our property here, highlighted in teal, is the site. The orange area is residential 10,000 zoning. Yellow is residential 7,500, I believe, and the green is conservation. You can see this area is pretty heavily developed. We've got the site itself, which again is an existing assisted living facility. You have the Fairhaven mixed facility, age-restricted community there, a large subdivision area south of that within the town. And to the north is the conservation area, which includes a private public park, not too sure, Fairhaven Park. Our site here, you can see in greater detail, it's encompassed by an existing sprawling building for the age-restricted assisted living facility with a split entrance, again, down here to the south, leading to parking lots on the east, wrapping around to a parking lot on the west-northwest. This project is proposing the addition of, and we've shifted our view a little bit. Here's the building, here's the entrance, here's that parking lot on the east, here's the parking lot on the northwest. So this project proposes the addition of solar panels next to both of those parking lots, as well as a single row of solar panels along the roadway that leads to the northwestern parking lot. These are accessory uses. These solar panels are designed to supplement the existing building on site. This is not the same situation as these standalone primary principal use solar panels we've been seeing a lot of lately. This is a typical accessory use, just like if you wanted to go put a panel or two in your backyard. So that goes through the zoning code still, but it's a different subsection of the zoning code. And I have two drawings here. This one shows landscaping. So this site, as we mentioned, is existing. It's gone through a couple of site plans over the past. They have landscaping kind of surrounding the entire site, especially along the front of the building and near this parking lot here. That is, for the most part, remaining. There are some trees and landscaping plantings, particularly in this area and right around here, that will be removed. And you can see the dark colored landscaping that you see here. Those are all proposed new plantings. It's hard to see the existing in this image, but there would be quite a few new plantings, including rows between the, I lost my mouse, rows between the new solar panels and the parking lots, and then throughout the parking lots as well. The stormwater plan, which I will try to go back to. I'm not too sure how to go backwards. There we go. Okay, the stormwater plan here shows the use of, and it's kind of hard to see with all the grading, the use of level spreaders to help manage the stormwater that's on site. But otherwise, the stormwater is treated just like the rest of the stormwater on the site. Most of the site's already developed. It already goes to the north of the property to an existing shared facility. This is a stormwater management facility right here that most of this area, I believe, drains into. If there are more specific questions about that, I'm sure Jeff could walk you through that. But essentially, this site already has an existing management facility, which these solar panels will also tie into, or flow into, I should say. These are some photos of the site just for reference. This is the side entrance. This is with my back to the side parking lot, which is here. I'm sorry, it's all snowy. You can't really quite see it, but it's a grassy field, and that's where the panels are proposed to go. This is the same image from a lower perspective back behind this van here. And so that's the one you would see on your right as you're coming in. This is the parking lot around the northwest side. There's a little bit of a hill here. That's where the solar panels are proposed to be added along that hillside. This is the same, I'm pretty much standing right here in both of these pictures. So this is the driveway that accesses that rear parking lot. There'll be a strip of panels right around here in this area, just one row. So this is a pretty similar plan to what we saw in June for the concept review. In the concept plan, there were, I think, 4 more rows of solar panels on the eastern side. Those have been removed at this point, and there was a slightly longer row of panels here. I don't know how many feet were cut off, but it really wasn't much. I was only able to see it by switching back and forth between the plans on the computer. So really, it's the same plan we saw in June. All review agencies at this point have approved it. It is really the biggest difference here. And it is ready for final review and a consideration of final approval. And if anybody had any questions, I'm sure we can help answer them.
I would say we did get a email, yesterday or the day before,
Oh,
from
yes.
a local amateur radio person was wanting to just make sure that you had all your bases covered so you didn't lose signal on grounding and
Yes,
all that
I'm
questions.
sorry, I forgot about that. I have that right here. So it was about amateur ham radio operating could potentially be interfered with by possible radio frequency interference, RFI, intentional or unintentional. It's prohibited by regulations in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Title 47. I'm not personally familiar with it. But it could result in issues for people who are into that hobby. And I know it's maybe not as popular as it was before, but I do know Carroll County has a club or two for ham radio. I've attended a meeting or two myself, actually, and I think it's a pretty cool thing. Now, I don't know that the county and our office would be involved with regulating that. I feel like his comment states that it's generally an installation issue, so I feel like that's more with the electrical inspectors when you go to pull your permits and work through that process. So I'm sure they'll be checking to make sure things are installed correctly. I wish there was some information about who somebody would contact to report an issue if there is a ham radio operator in the area who starts encountering issues. Because I'm not too sure exactly that our office would have the authority to enforce this federal regulations. But I appreciate the information and the consideration that the installer will take and the operator will take during the lifetime of the panels.
Yeah, so he specifically was talking about inverters and optimizers and things like that, which I knew nothing about. Sean, have you run across this in any of your other installations or any
I never
interference?
have. I mean, the solar system is essentially a self-contained machine. It's just big. It doesn't, I mean, there is a wireless internet connection where the data is, shipped out to us so we can monitor it, but I've never, in 15 years, I've never heard of this. And again, I'm sure it is monitored by the electrical department and, and we would of course comply with all requirements.
Most of the comments we get from other people in the area is about visual screening. Mm-hmm. And I guess my one comment is there's an area there that fronts Obrecht Road, and it seems like there's almost a putting green in front of it, right exactly where your cursor was a moment ago. That area right there along the road. Is there any increased landscaping that you're going to do along that drive that connects the two facilities? And yeah, that green line kind of cuts across that green. I guess it denotes the parcel.
Property line.
Yeah, property line. I think that's kind of where that solar field's going to go on the right side of the property. Is there any plan to increase the amount of landscaping along that driveway, even closer to Obrecht, so that it screens this from the existing residents?
So the landscaping plan currently shows plantings between the parking lots and the solar facility, the building and the solar facility essentially. It also shows that there's existing, and you can see in the aerials that there's existing plantings in this area as well. So I checked in with especially with all this solar panel, the standalone solar panel discussion going on, which much to their joy and Glee, our landscape reviewer, has a lot of responsibility in. There's a lot of landscape requirements for these standalone solar facilities. So we talked about this for this type of project, which again, this is an accessory use. This is not a standalone solar panel facility. This
Right.
doesn't apply to the same code. So this existing facility, essentially, with these parking lots here, this parking lot essentially is looked at the same way that solar panels would, is the way that his code reads for an accessory use like this right now. So the parking lots have sufficient screening, the landscaping's going right next to it. Perhaps not in this area, there's a little gap right here. But they reviewed the regulations that are applicable for accessory uses like this to what's proposed here and found that to be sufficient for this project. Now, if there was no landscaping at all, that'd be a different story. But there is landscaping present on the property. It's gone through a couple of site plan revisions. So right now, what's shown on the plans is sufficient per county regulations. You know, we're at final plan review right now. We reviewed this at concept plan, would have been a good opportunity to investigate this particular question a little bit further. The plans show what's proposed right now, and those are the plans that are before the commission for review at this point. I'm not sure if the developer could entertain a request to add landscaping beyond the requirements, not necessarily another, you know, not to come back to the commission for review and approval, but to add them if they, you know, felt inclined. Could be a discussion to be had, but we're here for final review at this point with plans that match the requirements of the code applicable to this particular use.
I would say, I mean, you know, we weren't at the site until the other day, and we all kind of noticed the same thing. The only area that others are gonna see the panels are coming down the road pretty much at Obrecht.
Yep.
The rest of it's pretty well sheltered by the
Topography and
of the-
buildings.
Of the land and the buildings.
Yep.
But we do know that at this point, we can't do anything, but I think for your neighbors, they would enjoy if you planted a little bit there, right along that driveway going down.
Or even
Maybe to-
along Obrecht.
Yeah,
Either
just a
way.
little bit of something.
Yep.
Is, you know, we understand that now.
Yep.
But we saw, that's the only thing, I mean, the rest of it, the only other question that I had on it was, you need all the panels on the roof and the ground-mounted panels to, for all your power use that you're gonna, is that just 100% offset? I know you can go over 100% offset of your electricity, or,
We're at about 60% offset with all those panels.
really,
Wow.
that's it?
Wow.
It's also worth noting, this is, it's a very complex roof. It's a very complex roof. There's a lot of area on that roof that they are not able to put panels on. The way the code's written, essentially, I believe it says 100% of the roof, and if you can't fit 100% of it on the roof, then you can have that extra space on the ground instead.
That was my question.
The roof area is 90,000 square feet, and they were only able to get 33,000 square feet on the roof. It's only a third of what they could have done if they had a, you know, less exciting design of a building.
There isn't any battery storage with this type system, right?
No.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Any public comment? Seeing none? We can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the final site plan, Copper Ridge Solar S240023.
Second.
Second, okay. Roll call,
Yes.
roll call vote.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Kane?
Yes.
No?
Nope.
Oh,
you
no,
can't-
no, not.
You cannot
sorry.
vote anymore.
Bad habit.
I know, right? I changed my sheet. Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Ms. Karkner?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gordon? Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect, we have 6 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
No. So, all right. Yeah. Item number 10, concept subdivision plan for Griffith West, Section 4, P-22-0068. And Amy, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Amy Barcroft with the Development Review Division. Could you introduce yourselves that you're up here with me?
Oh, yeah, CLSI, let's try this again. Linda Alexander from CLSI, hi.
Richard DeMitt from Highland Development, owner of the property.
So, good morning. We are here with a subdivision that is coming before you as a concept plan review, as well as asking for a determination regarding a cluster plan. So there is an action required with this concept review. So if you picture Carroll County, we are located down in the southeast corner of the county. We are, that lower corner. The subject property is 28.52 acres and split by Griffith Road. We have frontage at Old Frederick Road, Maryland Route 144, and Griffith Road. So giving consideration to that road that intersects the property, there are approximately 27.28 acres available for development. The property is undeveloped and zone conservation. The land at the site is mostly an open field, unencumbered by any streams or floodplains. The property slopes upward from Griffith Road on either side. In this slide, we can see that adjacent properties are zoned conservation and developed with single-family homes. This property is outside of any priority funding area, designated growth area, and outside of public water sewer service area, so we are on well and septic. The developer proposes to create 8 lots in total on the property, 7 new subdivision lots, and the resulting lands is called Lot 8. The proposal is a cluster plans of subdivision, and clustering is permitted in the Conservation Zone District according with the requirements of Chapter 155.036, which I have listed in the staff report. This project was first presented in January 2024 as a concept conventional plan of subdivision. It was submitted to the Development Review Division and distributed to technical agencies. And during the concept review phase, the engineer and developer decided to modify the plan to pursue a cluster plan. The cluster plan was submitted to our office on August 1st, 2025. It proposes the same number of lots as the conventional plan. In regard to clustering and the conditions listed in the code, the total number of lots and dwelling units shall not exceed the number that would be permitted for the zoning district based on the gross area of the tract being divided. That requirement is being met here with a gross acreage of 28.51 acres. In conservation, the bulk lot requirements determine the lot size as 3 acres. So the maximum number of lots would be 9. However, we are on well and septic here, so the septic minor requirements cap the new lots at 7. The code also states that all individual lots shall be designated and located to minimize potential environmental degradation of natural resources. This site is an open field with no streams, floodplains, or forest, so there are minimal environmental resources. With the subdivision plan, the developer proposes to create those 8 lots and does meet the requirements of the cluster setbacks. We have 40 feet in the front, 20 feet on the side, and 50 on the rear. So those setbacks do comply with the code, as well as the width requirements for each lot. Additionally, the code states that individual lots can be a minimum of 1 acre in size. All the lots proposed do meet this requirement and range in size from 2.49 acres to 4.72 acres. So 3 lots are smaller than otherwise required in the conservation zoning district. With the land that is derived from the reduction of those lot sizes, the code requires that it is provided and maintained as an open space recreational area. So the reduction of those 3 lots that are sized below the 3-acre bulk lot size requirement is totaling a little less than 1 acre. So that is required to be open space and shown on the plan as 0.96 acres. As you recall, open space is provided to the county. We have the first right of refusal. If the county rejects the offer for that open space easement, it may be owned in common by the residents, conveyed to the Carroll County Land Trust, or recombined with one buildable lot and owned privately. So that last option is what is being proposed in this plan, that the open space is on that resulting lands and will be owned privately. All lots shown on the plans will utilize well and septic systems, and access is proposed as private driveways from Griffith Road. This proposed subdivision plan was subject to citizen involvement at a technical review committee meeting in February. While no citizens attended or commented at that time, recently we have received a few emails either asking for an update of the plan or giving comments asking for the plan to be reviewed for aspects such as stormwater management and other considerations, which is done as part of the typical review process. Engineering has reviewed and issued a letter regarding 3 of the proposed lots. They have a failure to meet the site distance requirements, and this will need to be addressed in the preliminary plan phase. The health department also has a few comments which will be addressed in the preliminary plan phase. Otherwise, stormwater management has issued concept approval for the plan. Grass swales and submerged gravel wetland will meet stormwater requirements. There is a stormwater management parcel that will be deeded to the county. Forest Conservation has approved the plan, and it will be met with off-site banking. Landscaping is not required for this subdivision as currently designed. Grading, floodplain, water resource management have provided approval, and fire protection and zoning have no comments. This site is outside the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Utilities. The project will be reviewed for the provisions of concurrency management and will be tested prior to presenting this plan to you as a preliminary plan. Here are some photos of the site. On the upper left, we have a photo standing at the intersection of Griffith Road and Maryland 144. And the other 2 photos, the top right and the bottom center, are photos showing Griffith Road with the site on either side. Again, the Planning Commission may, at your discretion, approve a residential cluster subdivision, and a determination from the commission as to the developer's proposal of the plan is requested today. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any more input from
Yes.
you guys?
So I figured this is a little bit unique, reasoning for a cluster. I just wanted to give some history on the property that you guys probably are not completely aware of. This project was started in 2005, 2004, 2005. The first series of perk tests were performed on this. That was during the time where maybe not everybody's aware that the county shut down for a year in that deferral. And Mr. DeMitt has owned the property the whole time, so it's not changed hands or anything like that. First series of perk tests were done back in 2004, 2005, 2006. They were not great, okay? So there was another series of perks that Mr. DeMitt did himself, right, to save himself money. And over the years, by the time he was getting ready to gear up again, 2010 happens, everything comes to a halt again. Anyway, so it's been an ongoing process. We did not get involved in this until about a year and a half ago. It was done by another engineer. It was designed under old criteria like the layout. So the stormwater management was not necessarily looked at in detail. In 2021 and 2022, came back and did some additional perks on the, I'm going to say, south side of Griffith Road, or the lower side, and you can see all those failures, okay, on that side. So initially, when we laid this out for stormwater, we were conventional, okay? As we met with the county and started looking at the requirements, we have one stormwater facility on the south, or on the, I want to say the south side of that project, that's a larger submerged gravel wetlands. Through I wouldn't say negotiation, but through the review process with the county, that facility is a quantity management facility because it's basically the only suitable outfall on the property, short of ripping out. I mean, right now there's a significant amount of water that comes down to a culvert that's literally directed right at that one existing house that sits extremely close. If you've seen the site, you've seen that house that sits extremely close. There's a pipe right there, okay?
Could you point that out? Where that?
I can't, I don't have the pointer. Right where the existing house is on the south side of that road, right down below the stormwater facility.
I can't
Okay.
see that closely, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, let me do it. Sorry, it's right here. Right there's the house.
Yep.
There is a culvert, and you can see this big swale that comes down through here. There's a pipe right there that comes right past that house, okay? There is also some drainage questions that when we were at the TRC meeting, there were folks down in this area that are getting a lot of drainage coming off of this field, comes across Griffith and heads towards their fields.
It's a pretty good slope that
Yeah,
goes down
so
there.
through the last year and a half of getting to this point, we have diverted by stormwater. We are there, which you can't see on here, your plans would show it. There's a swale that comes here that diverts all this drainage coming across these folks here. There is a culvert system that's going to be put in place here with another swale that comes down that natural one that's going to divert the water. Oh, I lost my mouse. It's going to divert the water back this way. We're going to put a new culvert where we can control it underneath this road. Oh, lost my mouse again. Into this facility. There we go. Into this facility, okay? All that water that's coming through those different areas that are coming across those people's property are going to get diverted into this stormwater facility that's going to be a quantity management facility, as well as there's some water quality going on, because putting any type of, I'm sure you're familiar with dry wells or anything on this property is very questionable because of the perks. There was a lot of, even though you don't see testing over here, Richard did about another 50 tests over here to see if we could get anything on the north side of this road. So in all that analysis, this facility got larger. The minute that facility got larger, getting those lots, or getting 3-acre lots on the bottom of this road, is what prompted it to go to a cluster, pretty much. When we did that, as part of what above and beyond what we normally would do at the concept stage for stormwater, you cannot see it on here. You may have seen it in the field. There is a dam built down here protecting a property owner. Down at the very bottom, there's a dam that was built that protects his parking area and some barns he has down there. We were required by stormwater management to make sure that if that facility ever would happen to fail for any reason, we were not flooding anybody downstream. That process normally that we would do that analysis does not happen at the concept stage. That happens at the preliminary and final. We have already done that. okay, at this stage. Unfortunately, we had to do all that work to even prove that we could put that facility in that location and that the facility didn't have to get even larger than what we're showing, okay? Now, in doing that, the facility did get a little bit smaller, but unfortunately, it didn't get small enough to go the whole way back to or a conventional type of layout, okay? So then it was, okay, if we're gonna do this cluster situation, where can we put the open space that, number one, is not in somebody's front yard, number two, may actually be usable, because I'll be honest with you, this ordinance about putting this open space on these conservation clusters, it seems like we always end up with this open space over, and has other easements on top of it, or they can only walk to it or whatever. This particular open space, while it may only show about an acre, is up in this corner. Already flat, no trees, completely usable. I mean, you could put, I mean, not that you would stripe ball fields up there, but if you wanted to go play soccer up there, you got enough to put 2 soccer fields up there. You know what I mean? Like if kids wanted to go play soccer, you know, whatever they wanted to do up in that location, there's room to actually play there. I mean, I can tell you there's a couple conservation clusters I've done, even as much as 10 years ago, that the open space easement is over top of environmental features and all they can do is walk. This, we do at least have an area that is a usable, actual usable open space easement. Now, it doesn't matter to us. I know the county doesn't want the parcels. They stopped taking them a long time ago. They don't necessarily always want the easements, okay? But with these folks having these larger lots are very conducive to this area. You go into Howard County, you see those same type of lots down there. The other situation that your guys may not completely be aware of is this area does have tendency to have well issues. So we wanted to keep these lots as large as possible so that if for some reason you do go in to drill these wells, you got enough area to do that. So that's kind of the history of how we got to where we are. Did we want a cluster? Not necessarily. Did we need to do that to be able to handle the stormwater, which is an environmental feature? You know, that thing is a submerged gravel wetlands. It is going to provide quantity as well as quality. It's not providing all the quality for the lots, but it is providing a substantial amount. It does provide more than it needs to substantially. So for instance, whatever house we're showing on here, people come in and they put a 100-foot by 60-foot house, which is a couple of the ones I've been putting in over off of Cherry Tree right now. This will handle it. You know, any increase in the impervious down the road, this facility will handle all that too, as far as, you know, quantity as well as quality. So that's kind of how we got where we are. Just wanted to give a whole history as opposed to we just kind of showed up. So, did you have anything to add, Richard?
No, thank you.
Okay.
So be good.
Sorry, Ann.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're here to answer any other questions.
So a lot of these will be sand mounds?
No, they are actually all they are all trench systems.
Okay.
They're just not deep trench in all cases. They're,
Okay.
you know, your tile field situation. But if you think about it, tile field only goes to 7 feet. Okay, I'm not putting dry wells out here at that depth, so
Okay.
there are no sand mounds.
I just wanted to add one comment about the open space. I have been reading examples of that easement on other similar cluster conservation projects. The purpose is to ensure that it will be retained forever in its natural, scenic, agricultural, and open conditions. There are prohibited uses of that open space, such as any kind of structures, buildings, alteration of the surface of the land, the use of any activity that is likely to cause soil degradation. So this easement doesn't allow for much use of that land as far as activity. And the county would take that easement over top of any proposed open space in a conservation area.
They could, or they would, or they will?
The county will take an easement over it. It's proposed to be combined with one of the lots. But the county will take an easement preserving those requirements, as it's required to be accessed easily by the county to inspect it.
Which in this case would not be an issue because it's right along the road.
Correct.
So you mentioned all the entities that you ask about an easement, and you mentioned the Carroll County Land Trust. So do you go to the land trust and ask them if they're interested, or you just stop at whoever the first one says yes? And how does that work? Just for,
Well, the code requires that, again, the first offer is to the county. It also reads that it may be owned in common by the residents, conveyed to the land trust, similar organization, or recombined with one buildable lot in the subdivision and owned privately. So I'm not sure how that's offered to land trust or other entities as the code reads. Currently, the proposal is that it is to be owned privately because it's combined with a buildable lot in this plan.
In the past, when we've shown it like this, and then through the process, once it gets the clusters approved, then through the preliminary and even into the final, then it's determined, does somebody want it? Or is it just gonna sit there as an easement and the county takes the easement?
so at this point, owned privately by the land,
The purchaser of that lot.
the purchaser of a lot, okay, that's what I was
That's what's
after.
being proposed, but the
That's what I was
county
after.
will take an easement over top of that land.
So that owner would be responsible for whatever happens on that lot, and keeping it clean or
Mowing it.
not letting the Johnson grass get out of hand. Okay.
Again, we, several of us visited that site last Friday, and the topography does kind of, it's pretty amazing how, it flows all to that one point on the bottom corner next to the road. And so if I was that adjacent property owner, again, I'm already getting hit with water. If you don't do anything, there's water coming off that property. So anything you do, I think, would be probably an improvement. And I don't know anything about storm water management, so that's not it's just an observation, because again, the water's gonna wanna go that direction. I am curious, how many total lots at the end of the day are we getting out of this, 7 or 8?
7 new lots with the remaining buildable right for the existing parcel, being the 8th.
Being the 8th. So, is it the case that, under the conventional plan, you were getting 7, and under this, you're getting 8?
No, it is the same, 7 new because of the septic minor requirements.
Great.
There's no change in the number proposed either way.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. That's it.
And we are just here for an action item with this plan, requesting your determination regarding the cluster plan.
All right.
Good? All right. Public comment? Any public comment? Hearing none, seeing none. All right. We're open for a motion.
I move that we approve the request and the authorization to cluster for P-22-0068.
Second.
Okay. Should we take a roll call? We're doing roll calls these days. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon?
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect, we have 6 yeas and 1 abstain.
Okay, well, congratulations. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you, we'll see you again.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 11.
Nice.
How about if we take a 5-minute recess? All right, we're back in order, back in session. Okay, item number 11, concept subdivision plan for Patapsco Estates, Section 6, P240058. And David,
But we're down a staff member.
here he comes. David, you're on.
Good morning, commission members.
Good morning.
David Becraft with the Development Review Division. I'm going to be presenting 2 items for you this morning. The first one being the one on your screen, Patapsco Estates. Very interesting. Same spot, same everything, just looks like the wrong name and number on that screen there. But Patapsco Estates, so I have a few representatives of the project and with me here, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Josh Royal with DSA and Associates, the engineer on the project.
And I'm Mark Frazera, one of the owners with Clear Ridge Developers.
And so what's being proposed in front of you is a 6-lot residential subdivision. This is in front of the commission as a concept plan, so generally there's no action required. However, with this proposal, the developer is also requesting a driveway modification, which I'll get into a little bit more into the presentation. So for those who are unfamiliar, we are in the southern portion of the county. You can see by the blue highlighted area here, that is the property in question. This uncolored area down here is Howard County, and this uncolored area over here is the town of Sykesville. In fact, the Copper Ridge site, the first one that you saw, is right here. So the property as it sits now is on the west side of Patapsco Drive. As you can see from the aerial, it is currently undeveloped. It is zoned R20,000, and there is a stream on the west side of the property, as you can see here. There is no FEMA 100-year floodplain associated with that stream. If you're standing on the road on Patapsco Drive, the property does slope downwards from the road, and it continues to do so all the way to the stream. Adjacent properties are either zoned R10,000 or R20,000 and are fixed with private dwellings. All the properties, including this one, are utilizing public water and private septic systems. So it's a little unorthodox, something we don't see too often, where you have public water but private septic systems. And I'll mention this is Section 6 within the Patapsco Estates subdivision. So within this current proposal, the developer is proposing 6 residential lots and a non-residential stormwater management parcel. These 6 new lots will range in size from about 0.8 acres to about 2.2 acres. The stormwater management parcel, which will house the stormwater management facility shown here, that will be about 1.1 acres. All of the proposed lots will meet the standard minimum size of 20,000 square feet in this zoning district, the lot width of 100 feet, and the setback requirements from all property lines as applicable to the R20,000 zoning district. And all lots will, again, utilize public water and private septic systems. So the public water is currently shown on this drive here. It is proposed to be extended down Patapsco Drive and then hook into the property to serve these new lots. The proposal was originally submitted to the county September of 2024. The concept plan was subject to citizen involvement at the Technical Review Committee meeting in November of 2024. At that meeting, there were 7 citizens in attendance who voiced concerns of flooding on the property, damage to the existing roadway, distance of the new houses to the property boundary, and the number of trees to be removed from the site. A phone call was received after the meeting and outlined concerns with the current road conditions and speeding on the roadways. And an email was received, which I believe you guys were included on as a recipient, and it voiced concerns of flooding on the property as well. Access to the new lots is proposed from a new use and common driveway, which will connect to Patapsco Drive. As you can see, it's a pretty straight shot. So here's Patapsco Drive, and then here is the new driveway. The shared driveway will necessitate a name in accordance with county code, and a declaration of maintenance obligations and an access easement will also be required, and those will be determined later on in the process. Within this zoning district, the maximum number of users is 5. So because it's a residential zoning district, shared common driveways have a maximum of 5 users. A request for modification from the developer was submitted and is requesting 6 users to be allowed in this instance. This determination of modification to requirements for a shared driveway is up to the Planning and Zoning Commission per a very large section of code, which I would like to not read, but I'd be happy to read if you all would like me to. But it essentially puts the power in your all's hands as far as these types of modifications. Looking at the proposal, so this has been reviewed as a whole as a concept plan by county agencies. Engineering review has granted concept approval of the plan. Additional comments are going to be required with subsequent submittals. As currently designed, the landscaping ordinance does not apply to this project. The plan has received concept approval from floodplain management and water resources management. Grading and sediment control has granted concept approval with additional comments again to be provided on subsequent submittals. The Carroll County Health Department and the Bureau of Utilities have both granted concept approval of the plan with the public water and private septic systems being proposed. Forest conservation will be addressed by on-site afforestation. And to give an idea of what that looks like, so this is the proposed forest conservation plan. All these areas in the back here are going to be encumbered by a forest conservation easement. If you recall, this area back here is where that stream is currently located. Stormwater management has granted concept approval. The stormwater management requirements will be addressed via various dry wells for the proposed dwellings, but mainly by this new facility here, which is going to capture a lot of what's currently or what's going to be on site. In accordance with a site development plan memo from comprehensive planning, the proposed land use is consistent with the Carroll County Master Plan's land use designation of residential medium density. This site is also consistent with the 2019 Water and Sewer Master Plan. Finally, the project is subject to the provisions of concurrency management. Prior to coming back before the Planning and Zoning Commission requesting preliminary approval, the property will be tested against those adequate facilities to ensure that there is adequacy there. So just looking at the property too, just a couple pictures here from Patapsco Drive. So both of these show that slope down into the property. Here are some existing inlets that reside in the roadway, and I believe they feed into a pipe that run onto the property and discharge onto the property. And the bottom 2 pictures are just 2 sites, or 2 pictures looking throughout the site. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if you guys have anything additional to add.
Yeah, sure. I'll add a few things. Thanks, David. I had written a letter to David at the end of 2024 with a few of the, I guess, justifications or reasons for the modification to the 6th user on the driveway. So we have zoning here for 21 houses, but because of no access to public sewer and because of the environmental features and subsequent PERC results, we're only requesting 6 houses. It's not practical with only 6 houses to put a public road out here, so that's why we want to do a driveway. We are upgrading the driveway to be 18 feet wide and include a full 70-foot wide cul-de-sac. So we feel like that will, help mitigate traffic going in and out of there. It's not so the property, as you can see, has a 50-foot strip accessing it. So it's really not feasible to put a second roadway through there. So those are the reasons we thought this was the best design for the community. The road itself would be fully maintained by the owners of the subsequent lots. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was, and I'll let you, Josh, if you want to chime in if I say something wrong here, a little bit of a challenging stormwater management site. David alluded to this a little bit, but it seems that when Patapsco Valley Overlook was constructed, they drained roads into those inlets that he showed, and then there was a pipe placed on this property, half in the ground, half below the ground, that just discharged into the property. We worked with county staff to try to determine who did that, why was it done that way. It was done so long ago that there really wasn't any information on that. But what we're doing is replacing that substandard pipe and creating, as David said, creating a new pond that will manage not just the 2 and the 10-year storms, which we're required to manage, but will also manage the 100-year storm. So we're going to be lessening the off-site water that comes off of this property today, because we're aware that there's at least one downstream issue with properties getting flooded in storms. So we're doing our best to mitigate that. You have anything to add?
Yeah, basically, when this project was analyzed, we established 2 drainage points, one down at the corner, right there, and then the rest draining to the stream, roughly. And in the proposed condition, both points receive less drainage than they did prior to. So basically, 5 acres is being taken from that corner point that we're analyzing and placed into the pond, where that water will be managed and released at the rate that we've found to be being released in existing condition. So really, what I'm saying is both points that are being analyzed are being improved.
Just as a point of clarification, because I think you mentioned pond, this is an underground facility, so a submerged gravel
Submerged
wetland.
gravel
So
wetland, yes.
it's not going to be a wet pond in the location.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And I guess the only other thing I would bring up, David mentioned some some opposition regarding condition of the roadways. I'm not quite sure what that means. I just wanted to point out, these are existing subdivision roads that seem to be well-maintained. And we have, for this entrance that we're proposing, we have more than adequate sight distance. There's 1,500 feet one direction and over 500 feet the other direction.
David, are we pulling water, I'm just trying to make sure I have my bearings. We're pulling water, the existing water termination is over there by Swallow Road, is that right? Is that where it's coming from?
That's correct, yes. So the existing water line terminates about this point.
Swallow, right there.
That's correct. The developer is looking to extend that to feed in for these lots.
Any other questions? Any public comment?
Yes.
Okay, so for public comment, please step up to the microphone, identify yourself.
He has requested to come up to the table. Staff approved it so that he has use of the cursor on the map.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comments, please state your name, address, and talk into the microphone there at the table. Comments are strictly limited to 3 minutes. Citizen testimony is not a question and answer session. Questions may be directed to staff after the meeting. And if any individuals fail to comply with these rules, Planning and Zoning Commission Chair may call the person out of order and may require him or her to leave.
Wow. My name is Phil Respis. I live at 136 Schoolhouse Road. I am the bottom corner that's surrounded by all of these. That's my house right there.
Okay.
Okay? I'm amazed I only get 3 minutes here. You would have seen me at the previous meeting had we put a placard sign on the road that we live on. I think it's an SOP for you to put a notification on the road where the project egresses. But the problem is, this project deeply affects not only my residents, which, by the way, with the 3 major rainstorms that we had in July, my basement was flooded 3 times because the window failed. This, oh boy, this is a very active stream right now. And in this area, it was such a bad gully washer that it washed the embankment off that was in front of that house, and they had to put in riprap. That's a large rock, about riprap 1, okay? So I don't have really an issue with development. I grew up in construction. I'm for it. But the problem is, before this, I even knew about this development. I was already in contact with the county about the major flooding and the amount of water that comes off Patapsco Road. You saw pictures of some storm drains. There's 4 of them there where nobody has any record of why they're there, how they got there, and you're talking about improving these concrete pipes that are dilapidated. The problem is, you're going to take this right here. Let me give you some imagery here. We don't have the whole Patapsco Road there. It's about 0.45 miles long, less than a half a mile. Let's say it's about 20 feet wide. If you do all the math with that, you get a certain square footage, and then with the depth of rain that comes down. So between December 23rd, 2023, and March 2024, we had an accumulated rainfall of about 2 feet. We had a massive amount of, let's look at the records, okay? If you have that much rainfall, accumulation rainfall of 2 feet, based on doing your math of 0.45 miles times 20 feet wide, and the depth of the rain comes to about 1.1 million gallons. Now, any of you all we can sit down and we can do the math. We'll reconfigure the math. That's 1.1 million gallons. And it's not just the rainfall that comes off the road. I have to deal with the rainfall that's off the property behind me. Now, that's some of it's wood, some of it's meadow. But if you can imagine, if you take a dry towel and you pour a little bit of water on it, the towel absorbs it, right? You take the picture and just dump it, and it just splashes everywhere because it cannot absorb it. And this right here, this underground retention pond, how many gallons is that supposed to hold? How many gallons is this supposed to hold right here? And the problem is, it runs off here into a stream that when we have a large rainfall, it can't handle it. Imagine so much rain is coming that I got snapping turtles that are walking in this area. That should tell you something. And after those floods that we had in July, I had a black snake in my house. I don't know how it got up there. I had frogs in my basement. It was just, the stream just is backing up. I have there's an aquifer underneath my house that runs underneath my house that drains to this stream. And it is a 2-foot elevation from the bottom of my house to this stream, which means if you start approaching the 3-foot, whatever's in that stream is now backing up into my basement. What's happened? Because I had a whole bunch of dirt in my basement. I am still drying out my basement and trying to clean out my basement.
So
I met Mr. Judd.
Excuse me, let me interrupt.
We're already at 3
minutes as it has gone, but I'll allow you a little bit more to wrap up, okay?
Okay, like I said, you would have seen me before had there been a road sign and I could see it. Your little postcard gets lost in all the junk mail that comes with the post office. So you would have seen me a lot before. I already talked to storm management before this project went on. Is it a Todd Goff, I think? Back in the spring of 23, maybe? Something like that. And then we discovered that. Then people in the office were saying, oh, we're going to fix these little pipes. Well, here's y'all are going to do a drain that's going to come in this. See that? That's a drain. There's my house. You have another drain. It's not on this map. It's not on this particular map right here. You have 2 drains shooting off in this area. And right now, the property cannot handle the rainfalls that come in, especially the gully washers. The type, you know, you look at the radar and it looks like it's purple. I don't have a problem with these people. And the problem, there's also a pond that's just north of this. It's not on any of the maps. You see a depressed elevation that's kind of a circle. That's an actual pond. It's not listed on these maps.
Okay.
When that pond, I am surrounded by water.
Okay.
And if it's just 2 inches per 15 minutes, we're talking like 125,000 gallons of water.
Okay.
Just, okay.
All right. Thank you.
Well,
Any-
thank you for letting me have the cursor.
Mhm. Any other public comment? Okay.
Can I speak for my wife? She can't be here because she works for Howard County government.
No, sorry.
Okay.
And are we able to speak to any of those comments?
It's really not a Q&A session, so prefer not.
Okay.
This plan doesn't work. Okay, that's the short of it.
Thank you.
I would say that the county most likely will look at that as part of what's going on. But from development experience myself, it looks like what they've done should take care of what you're seeing.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm available for questions.
Can do that outside the meeting.
Yes, you can.
I've got to go because I don't get a $125 per diem if I'm not moving, so.
Good luck. Thank you. Okay. So we need a request. What's being considered as a request for modification to the driveway surface for use in common driveway.
And the numbers, there's 6 now. not
There's
5.
6 instead of 5.
The surface, that's the next plan.
Yeah, sorry, I'll clarify. So the surface material is for the next proposal. The only thing needed for this one is the number of users.
Okay.
So I don't see any problem with having the extra user on the driveway. And so I would, well, how do we word this?
Do you want me to give you a, okay.
Yeah, give me a
I would recommend that you move to approve the maximum number of users for use in common driveway in accordance with chapter 155.039 from 5 to 6.
Okay. I will,
What she just
make,
said.
yeah, yeah, what she said, but make a motion to chapter 156.039 to allow 6 users on a use in common driveway.
Chapter 155, sorry.
Huh?
155.
155.
156 won't quite get you where you want.
Okay, 155.039.
Second.
Okay. Roll call?
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Soyson?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon?
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect we have 6 yeas and 1 abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
David, can you pass the mouse down?
Sure.
Thank you.
So Laura stepped out, and she's next on the agenda.
Oh, wait, I had one more.
Oh, we have one more?
I do.
We have
My
one
bad.
more.
All right.
You can present it if you look. I'll give you my notes.
David, are you doing this concurrency management
Braddock.
report section?
We have Braddock Estates still.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that, I'm sorry.
I know, I didn't have the report in my,
I know. It's
Oh, it's
too
a
many estates
one-pager,
today,
that's-
Patapsco,
Yeah,
Braddock.
nice clean.
Okay, so item, sorry.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. I mean,
Item number 12, special report, Braddock Estates re-subdivision of Section 3, FX-22-0002. And David, you still are here.
I am still here. So this is the last proposed development or modification that we're going to present to you this morning. This is in reference to the Braddock Estates re-subdivision of Section 3 project. Now, this project has already gone through the process. It has already been approved and recorded. However, the owner of the property is now looking to make a modification, and so it's back before you for that consideration. I do have representatives here, and I'll let you guys, if you can introduce yourself, please.
I'm Jan Collins, the owner of Braddock Estates, and my sister Ellie.
Of Ellie Ringwald.
So as mentioned, this is before you as a special report, so we are going to look for some sort of action from the commission. So although most of you may be familiar with this, just in case you are not, this is the property that we're talking about, highlighted here. If you look up here, here is the intersection of 26 and 27. If you're familiar with this area and you follow through the intersection going south, right here is where you'll see the big red barn and the roadway to turn left. That is Braddock Road, which leads to Perry Road, which leads to this site here. So looking at the property, this section of the Braddock Estates subdivision created lots 82 through 84. Prior to the subdivision, just a brief history, the property was about 19 acres and it housed an existing dwelling, various outbuildings, as well as a private driveway to Perry Road. And you can see all of those still shown right here. So all of these were existing prior to this subdivision. After the subdivision, they put all of those features on lot 82 and then created lots 83 and 84 as you see highlighted. And I'm going to go to the next slide. It reorients the site, but it makes it easier for everyone to see when you have it sideways. So this is all the existing features, and then these are the two new lots back here. So feeding these two new lots is this new private driveway, this shared driveway. And this hooks into the existing driveway right at the apron onto Perry Road. And that's right. And the existing driveway, the existing single-use driveway is a gravel driveway. So this subdivision was processed through the county. It met all applicable codes and regulations. As a result of that, it was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 3rd, 2023, and was granted final approval. So regulations applicable to UIC, so shared driveways, include the requirement that the driveway be paved. A paved surface enables optimal access for the Department of Fire and EMS under variable weather conditions and over the longest course of time. So maintenance is minimized in that matter. And the access will be more predictable in case of an emergency. The request for modification to the driveway is specific to the surface material. Their request that they submitted was sent to the commission members, and it does not include modifications to any of the other requirements. So the approved pullover, the approved width, or the vehicle turnaround. So the only thing being requested is the surface material. That same long-winded section of code as the previous report still applies to this one as well. So because this is a modification to the shared driveway requirements, it is being heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission for your determination. This request was forwarded to a select few agencies within the county to get their take. And those agencies were the Department of Fire and EMS, the Resource Management Division, and Engineering Review. The Department of Fire and EMS stated they had no issues with the modification as long as it can be demonstrated that the driveway can support heavy vehicles and that it is maintained properly. Resource Management Division stated they had no issues with the proposal to change the driveway surface material, and Engineering Review stated that the Department of Public Works requires a paved apron be provided where the driveway meets the county roadway. This proposal does not include a change of that surface material of the apron. So that apron will still be paved or concrete, I think is what it currently is now. So in accordance with the reference code and the report, and I'm just going to read a snippet of it, where the Planning and Zoning Commission finds that because of unusual circumstances of shape and topography or other physical features or conditions of the proposed subdivision, or because of the nature of adjacent developments, extraordinary hardship may result from strict compliance with the UIC design requirements of current county standards. There may be a granted modification when requested by the developer and or owner. The property owner has made that request, which is why we are in front of you this morning. And again, that request is changing the surface material from a paving to a gravel. If this request is granted by the commission, the proposal will be subject to plan review, so revisions to the existing approved plan, going through a type of plan review to make sure that that change doesn't have any adverse effects on the previous approvals, and then to update those records as necessary. And so just looking at the property here, there's no snow on the ground, but these pictures were taken last week. And so you can see the extent of where that driveway connects in. So here is the existing driveway. Again, hooking to the left here is the single-use driveway to the existing home. And then tying right into that is this new shared driveway called Munchie Drive. And then the two pictures on the bottom show entrances to Perry Road. And so if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, as well as the two representatives here.
How long is that driveway?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let me find out for you.
Okay.
Should we talk about any of that other stuff I wrote on the letter? or
Please.
not? Well, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
While he's looking for that, I just wanted to go through the letter that we wrote. I don't know if any of you have taken a look at it, but the reasons that we were requesting this is we're environmentalists and we're making a serious effort to make the subdivision on this property environmentally friendly. We spent a fair amount of time and money planting trees and creating an extensive water resource protection area. After all that effort, a paved road does not coordinate with this effort. Paved roads can release harmful chemicals into the air and run off into water sources, contributing to pollution and degradation of aquatic life, which is what we are trying to prevent with the water resource protection area. The production of asphalt for paved roads involves significant energy consumption and greenhouse emissions, while gravel roads require less resource and intensive maintenance. A gravel road is a lot more environmentally friendly due to its permeability and its ability to filter and replenish groundwater. A gravel road typically consists of layers of crushed stone, gravel, aggregate, and sometimes clay for binding, allowing for water drainage and surface porosity. Heat island effect. Paved roads absorb heat from the sun, leading to excessive heat, especially during the summer months. Gravel roads create a more casual aesthetic, which is appropriate for this location and rural lifestyle. We feel it critical to preserve this country charm. The road goes to only 2 houses, which does not require high traffic surface. Paved roads require more frequent maintenance to prevent erosion potholes and other damage which can be costly. The current list price of the two properties does not justify the additional expense of the paved road. The cost is prohibitive. Also, our engineer said that the Maryland code does not require pavement. Carroll County design standards recommend it. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I was prepared for a lot of questions, but not for that one. The plans look like they show about 1,000-foot length, up to the extent of the end of the shared portion, and then it turns into a single use for that user at the very end. So about 1,000 feet.
So the driveways into the houses would all be paved, right, off of that road? Or not?
It's not a problem.
Okay.
That would be up to
18 feet wide by 1,000 feet.
It'd be 12 feet wide.
12 feet wide.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're quarters.
And is there much of a slope on that driveway?
So looking at the pictures, you see it has a little bit of a slope hooking into the existing drive, but beyond that, you can see it's fairly flat.
The slope is just to where that tractor or that piece of equipment is. And then the rest of it is completely flat. Completely flat, but the slope part is to that
And so
roller.
going back, you can see the contours on this plan, which are not very.
Okay, I see them.
Any more questions? No? No other questions? Any other additional comments you'd like to make? Nope.
She's living at the back lot, and I'm staying in the front lot.
So they won't be paved, however, you'll have the layered crusher run and.
It's pretty solid. Yeah, it's very solid.
I've always worried about using common driveways. Always. I don't think anybody remembers this here, but I would because I'm the oldest guy sitting here. But it goes all the way back to a driveway called Shamer Lane that was such a nightmare using common for a lot of reasons. I thought we learned a lot from that debacle then. So I've always been very skeptical about using common and what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
It's so hard to maintain a use in common and then have everybody on that use in common driveway on the same page. So if there's a problem, it seems like it would be nice to address it up front and not
Kick it down the road.
down the road. And that's just my concern. I have to voice it because I've seen it.
David, refresh what the EMS people said. What did they say about provided what now?
So they said that they need it demonstrated to them that this driveway with a gravel surface material instead of paved can support heavy vehicles and that it is maintained properly. So one of the things that they voiced was that there is a lot of these driveways, as Mr. Robertson mentioned, are not properly maintained. And then getting the emergency equipment down the road it is troublesome in an emergency. And so that's why he said that he wants it demonstrated that it can hold heavy equipment and that it is properly maintained.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm struggling here because I generally want to do what you as a resident and a good citizen want to do. I struggle with these use in common driveways because I think we ought to, as a county, Daphne, I think we ought to be looking at this because, things have changed. The amount of traffic that we get in the afternoons from just UPS, Amazon, whoever, there just seems to be a lot more traffic. And I'm just concerned that we're creating, the more we do this, the more issues we're creating. At the same time, I really struggle with what y'all want to do.
My driveway to the farm is gravel, and I've been there for 50 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And
The gentleman that's buying the other lot is also building the houses, and he's a builder, and I know he's going to take a real interest in making sure that the road is maintained.
But again, this is great. Y'all are sitting here, if we look 15, 20 years down the road, we don't know who's going to own that. And it's great that y'all, you don't just get along. This is an embraced.
I guess to me, where I have a little bit of a hard time is, I spent $22,000 planting trees where we actually, they said it was a flood area. We actually baled hay right there, and big, huge tractors and that you bale hay with. So I spend all this money to build plant these trees when I was getting hay right off of that property where I've now built all these trees, and then we've done all of this, and now you're telling me I got to put in this ugly driveway, which, she's a designer. I've lived at this farm for 50 years, and it looks so much nicer just to be gravel, like my gravel going into my farm. And
It's not a highway,
it's two houses.
Typically, when there's a use in common, you have maintenance agreement and declarations that go with the deed. So that is specifically spelled out there correctly.
That's right.
Okay.
And does the county have any enforcement if they run into problems with the driveway down the road, or if the residents have a use in common agreement and like EMS has a problem with the driveway, there's no recourse from the county to make sure it gets corrected?
Essentially, so we look to put those checks in place, requiring that declaration of maintenance obligations, requiring these standards. So that way, for the longest amount of time, assuming no proper maintenance is done, it's manageable. But once there's an altercation or it's not up to current standards any longer, there really is no recourse from the county.
And any disagreements between the owners of how it should be maintained, that is a private civil matter.
Yeah, as a farmer, we have a lot of gravel driveways, but they do require maintenance. As the county went through and tar and chipped all the county roads, and I applaud them for their effort for doing that, and after hearing the reasoning why, I totally agree with the concept. There is maintenance to require, but it does give it a different look. I don't really have a problem with stone driveway, but it's just got to be maintained. It's got to meet these standards. Fire and EMS, they have these concerns, but if we allow this use, there's nothing that says that it's going to pass what they require. Is that correct? Because I know new stone roads sometimes need maintenance, especially if you don't put fabric material underneath them. They just don't.
Well, hold up.
Because you just don't know where the ground can be softened. I do see there's no water. It looks like all the water drains off both sides. It's no place where you have sheet flow.
No, and
It looks like there's a pipe underneath of it. There's the one spot where water might go underneath of it.
runs all the way along if there's a pipe.
Okay.
All that area has built, we've baled hay there for years, so I wasn't, big things have run across there for 50 years. And we baled hay off of there for that many years.
And I understand the aesthetics and all, but it's still a development. And the bottom line is still a development.
It is. Yep.
And all the trees that I was told to be environmentally friendly, and then now we're putting asphalt on all of this money that I've spent for trees to make everything, and now we're going to put asphalt for two houses.
Just doesn't go together.
They will be two beautiful homes. She is a designer, the guy is a builder. I mean,
And his daughter's going to live there, so.
I will say, I'm probably the lone dissenter here, but in my experience, I have seen small subdivisions like this with the gravel roads, and especially in a farm-like setting, and there's been no issues so long as there is adequate space for the emergency vehicles. And there's nothing stopping the future homeowners to say, we want to blacktop our share and take it out further.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, we got to make an assumption that you will maintain that driveway.
Well, I need to get to the house, so, you know, I want a well-maintained driveway as well as you do.
So you're one of the
Yeah.
houses in the...
I'm one of the houses, and then our neighbor is building a house for his daughter on the other lot, and he's building both houses, so.
and I guess it's hard for me too, because we've been there for 50 years. I've had horse trailers coming in and out, Amazon coming in and out, people coming in and out, people that work for me, the blacksmith, the veterinarian, over and over and over in my driveway for 50 years. And, you know, ambulances come in there to take care of my husband. Nobody's had, you know, my gravel driveway is as strong or durable as, you know, blacktop.
I mean, the pavement cracked.
I'm familiar
It has
with that
maintenance issues too.
space there.
And so you know, Munchie Drive is our mother, and our mother would love it to be gravel. That's why we named it Munchie Drive, because my kids named her Munchie.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So,
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. Thank you.
You're doing so good, Mike.
Seeing none and hearing none.
Make it.
I make a motion that we approve the driveway surface change to gravel of FX 22-0002 in accordance with Chapter 155.039.
I'll second.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
They had me at Munchie.
What'd you think?
Mr. Lester?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Robertson?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Swason?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect, we have 5 yeas and 1 no.
Okay. Well, thank you. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you. Munchie says thank you.
Dust gets so bad he can't stand it.
Thank you.
And they'll be in here and help.
I'm surprised nobody asked how they...
You might love it. They'll be able to handle it. Well, you might put that on.
Okay.
County life.
Right, exactly. Okay, item number 13, concurrency management report, fiscal year 2025.
Good morning. Just to note, my name is on this agenda item, but Amy was so excited. She delivered this last year, and she said, I'd like to do it again. Take it away.
Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. Amy Barcroft with Development Review. I did ask to be more involved in the presentation of the report since I do help input all those decimal points and data that you'll see in the report that was handed to you today. You'll have an opportunity to read that report, and the full report with recommendations will be presented at next month's meeting as an agenda item. So the concurrency management report, we have an introduction for you today. It is a report that is annual since concurrency was first established in 1998. This is Chapter 156 of the County Code, and the purpose is to ensure that residential growth in the county will not unduly strain public facilities. So there are different things that are included and subject to concurrency management, including major subdivisions, residential sites, and mobile home parks. Some development is exempt, such as off-conveyances, minor subdivisions, commercial industrial projects, and municipalities. I will say that you will find data for the municipalities included in the report, but each of the municipalities have their own standards for adequacy of their public facilities. The public facilities that we test include schools, roads and bridges, water, sewer, utilities, police, fire, and EMS. And we look at a 6-year reporting period for each item to ensure, to really measure where things are adequate, where funding might go, and to look at what development is approved coming through the pipeline in the future. So once the full report with recommendations is presented to you next month, it will be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners to make recommendations centric to residential growth. The first slide we have today represents some data found in the report. We have the number of residential lots that have been approved by the Planning Commission. And you'll see over the 6 years at the top of that chart, we have fiscal year 25. So there were 137 lots approved in a preliminary plan phase. And in the final subdivision plan phase, there were 32 lots approved in the last fiscal year. So that means those that are in the preliminary phase are still working through the process. That is an increase from last year. In the second chart, we have new residential lots recorded. For fiscal year 25, we have 45 lots recorded in the county, 0 in the municipalities, and that is a little bit of a decrease from the last fiscal year. Those lots recorded have been platted and are at that point in the development process. This slide shows building permits, and we have another 6-year reporting period ranging from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2025. The code does state that building permits must be capped at 6,000 over a 6-year period, and you can see in the total column for the 6 years, we are at a total of 2,129, so we are not close to that 6,000 threshold. We have 976 building permits issued in the county limits, but within the municipalities, we're at 1,153. So those are building permits for new residential units. So that is just a brief overview of the development for the last fiscal year that is shown in the report. And Laura will be back next month to give you a full overview of the report, show how things are tracking, and provide recommendations.
Of the 2,000 lots, can you kind of break them down? Were they mostly in the southern part of the county, or is it a fairly uniform mix? Is there a statistic that shows us where these lots were located, the percentage of them?
Break it down by zip code or anything?
Zip
like that?
code or Commissioner's District or?
I love
or just,
that.
Just an area?
Right. No, I love that. It's not part of the concurrency report, but we do, I believe, maintain that data, and I could probably get a hold of it for next month just so you can see that.
I'd kind of like to see that in the report if possible.
Yeah, you're talking about the use and occupancy permits, correct?
correct, yes.
Yep, yeah. Let me look into that and see if I can come back with even a map that
Okay,
shows
yeah.
that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions? Okay. Well,
Public
thank
co-
you. We'll
public
see
so much.
you in January.
Technically, we have public comment on this one.
Oh, I was doing so good. Any public comment? I know, you have to, right? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, item number 14, text amendment, use off the premises signs, discussion.
Sounds like billboards.
Yes, it does.
All right. I'm joined up here by Claire Stewart, who is the Division Chief for Comprehensive Planning, Tiffany Fawcett, who's a comprehensive planner in that division. And Kelly, do you want to introduce yourself and Steve?
Sure, yes, good morning. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here with Steve Brevenick, a representative of Clear Channel Outdoor. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So as you recall, we introduced this idea of a text amendment to address consolidation of use off the premise signs, also known as billboards. I believe that was back at the beginning of October. And we are back this month to go through in a little bit more detail what the proposal is, what it seeks to address, some of the wrinkles or nuances to addressing the consolidation of use off the premise signs, many of which in the county are currently non-conforming uses. So that adds a little bit of a wrinkle here. We've tried to lay out as much as possible the issues, the points of discussion, and we anticipate that this will go into the next, at least one more meeting. So what my hope is that we can have, get some general direction from you all in terms of specific things that you want us to work on addressing in a proposed text amendment that you can then continue to discuss in January. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany, I believe, to start us off with a little bit of a presentation, and then we'll have time for questions and answers and direction setting.
Good morning. Yes, still
Morning.
a little bit left of it. Good morning. So yes, I'll lead into the presentation, and this is just some background on how we will go through the presentation. We'll begin with the proposal and the background information, some considerations, and then a discussion, and then lead into next steps. So we'll start with the goal or purpose of the amendment proposal. We have it coming forward to reduce visual clutter and enhance community aesthetics while increasing the overall revenue for the billboard owner. And then it's also cited in the Finksburg Corridor Plan to periodically review and update zoning regulations for off-premise signs to protect and improve the aesthetic character of the corridor. Here you see a map of eligible properties in the county for the consolidation. The properties, as the proposed amendment states now, are for one parcel or a parcel and an adjoining or adjacent parcel that have 2 or more signs on them. So with our inventory, these are the locations that we did cite. The text amendment, mostly the proposed amendment, is about consolidating the square footage of multiple signs non-conforming signs into one sign and allowing it to be up to 50 feet. So here you can see what the current inventory in the county looks like for height and total square footage of existing use off-premises sign inventory. The one on the left is strictly our own inventory, and the one on the right is from MDOT's inventory. So that's why the numbers are a little bit different. MDOT has a different square footage on theirs. We'll kind of need to update ours in the future for that, but that's why I used it for more accuracy. But the MDOT one on the right, or the MDOT inventory, does not contain the height information, whereas our own inventory does. So the one on the left consists of 121 sign structures in the county, and you can see them broken down by height there, with the majority being in the 20 to 30 feet high and the 30 to 40 feet high range. And then the graph on the right, you can see the breakdown of total square footage of the signs panels, I should say that. At the state level, they deal with a sign panel as being a sign, and then here in the county, we look at the whole sign structure. So that's per side in the county, total square feet. And most of them fall into that 300 to 400 square feet per side range. Next, we'll look at a couple examples in the county. These you'll find along Maryland 140, just east of Westminster, or a little southeast of Westminster, and west of the landfill. This would be an eligible property right here with these 3 billboards located on it in the industrial zone. We're going to look at them going down 140 westbound from the east, going 1, 2, and 3. So the first sign that you come across on this property is 27 feet high, 288 total square feet. Then you drive further, you'll see the second one here, and that one's at 24 feet high and 112 total square feet. And you drive a little more west, and you'll see on that same property, sign 3 here at 20 feet high and 128 square feet in size. So here's just that same image showing the different sizes down here in the left-hand corner of the 288 square foot sign, number 1, and at about the approximate height of 27 feet compared to the other signs as 2 and 3 at 112 square feet and 128 square feet. The proposed amendment would combine the square footage potentially of these 3 use off-premise signs, and that would make them eligible to have a 528 square foot sign at 50 feet high. It's also worth noting that it could also be 2 264 square feet panels for a total of that 528 square feet. Also worth noting is the height of these right now. This is a 27-foot high sign and a 24-foot high sign from the ground. So you see where those are placed. Every property is a little different as far as how high that would actually be, and we'll revisit that later on in the discussions as well. Just worth noting here. The next examples will both be down in the Finksburg area. I apologize for that slide picture being so blurry. Down in the Finksburg area off of Maryland 140 on the eastbound side. Here's the intersection of about DD Road and 140, and seeing this digital sign that's up on the right-hand side here. If you're going eastbound, it's located here, and if you're going westbound on Maryland 140 a little further down, it's located right here. This sign is about 45 feet high, and the total of 672 total square feet per side. So that's about 5 feet shy of the proposed 50-foot height restriction, and the panel is at maximum size for the square footage of the proposed amendment. Down here on the bottom, you just see a closer look from beneath it. This is a digital sign, it's worth saying as well. And here it is just shown a little bit differently in a different angle. Again, going westbound, eastbound right here, and then just an up-close version. Next, we're looking at a printed sign, also on Maryland 140, a little further to the east than the other sign. Coming into the county, it's the first sign that you see on the left-hand side, coming down 140, there it is. And then here it is going out of the county. It's the last billboard, well, it's not the last billboard, second to last billboard, I think, on the right-hand side. And here's just a closer up version down at the bottom there. Again, this is 5 feet shy of the 50-foot proposed maximum height restriction and the same square footage per side of the maximum proposed square footage. And here it is again, just a little different angle to get an idea of it. Here is westbound, eastbound's the second one, and then just a close-up image on the right-hand side there. Next, I'm going to pass it over to Claire Stewart to go over the table.
All right, thanks, Tiffany. Okay, so use off the premise signs located along state highways are required to receive a permit from State Highway Administration. If you refer back to I think it was the first map that Tiffany showed, all of the billboards that we identified that would be eligible for consolidation and relocation are located along state highways. So it's important to note that those billboards would be required to receive a permit by State Highway Administration. So over the next 3 slides, we're going to identify where the proposed text to our zoning ordinance either aligns with or conflicts with the state. Okay, so in column 1 on the table that you're looking at, we will list a provision. Columns 2 through 4 will list the existing county zoning code, the proposed text to the county zoning code, and then state code and policy. Column 5 will identify where the proposed text either aligns with whether the proposed text either aligns with or conflicts with the state. And then column 6 will identify whether the proposed county zoning text would be more restrictive or whether the state would be more restrictive. And then if you see a star next to that row, that indicates that we will be asking for your discussion and consideration on that specific provision further into this presentation. So we're going to start in row 1 with non-conforming signs. According to our existing zoning code, non-conforming signs may remain. Copy changes are allowed. They also may be rebuilt and replaced. However, they may not be enlarged in height or area beyond their 2003 conditions. So the proposal the proposal is to allow for consolidation and relocation into a new non-conforming sign, and that sign would have to be located within 25 feet of one of the existing signs that's part of that consolidation plan. So if you have 3 signs on a given property, I think Tiffany showed an example of that. The ultimate location or relocated location would have to be within a 25-foot radius of one of the existing signs that's part of that plan. Under the state, non-conforming signs may remain. Maintenance repair is allowed. However, they cannot be enlarged, rebuilt, relocated, or enhanced. So as you can see, the consolidation and relocation would be in direct conflict with the state not allowing enlargement for them to be rebuilt, relocated, or enhanced. And in this situation, the state is more restrictive. So next we'll talk about zoning districts. Use off the premise signs in our zoning ordinance are permitted in commercial and industrial districts. It's important to note that any non-conforming use off the premise sign as it sits right now can remain, be rebuilt or replaced in any zoning district where it sits. So if one is sitting in the ag district, it could be replaced in that same footprint in the ag district. So the proposal would allow for consolidation and relocation of a new printed keyword, outdoor advertising sign in any zoning district. Only in the commercial and industrial zoning districts could that sign result in an electronic message sign. So again, the consolidation and relocation can take place in any district. Only in commercial or industrial could that result in the electronic messaging. Under the state, use off the premise signs are permitted in commercial and industrial zones. So again, the consolidation and relocation would be in conflict, as it would allow the relocation within any zoning district, while the state specifically says commercial and industrial. And again, the state is more restrictive in this instance. So we're going to move on to height. Our existing zoning code allows for a use off the premise sign to be a maximum height of 10 feet. Again, worth noting that an existing non-conforming use off the premise sign could remain, be rebuilt or replaced at its current height. So if you've got a 30-foot sign, that could be rebuilt at 30 feet. The proposed text would like us to consider a height maximum of 50 feet. The state allows 25 feet maximum for use off the premise sign. So that 50 feet versus the state's 25 feet max is in conflict, and again, the state is more restrictive in this situation. Now, when we talk about area of the sign itself, the existing zoning code allows for use off the premise signs to be 32 square feet per panel. That would be a one-sided panel. You could have a back-to-back sign, so a panel on each side, for a total of 64 square feet. As I've been stating, again, those existing non-conforming signs could remain, be rebuilt or replaced at their current area. So if you've got a 300 square foot billboard, it could be replaced at 300 square feet. The proposal is to allow 672 square feet per panel. And that would be a one-sided panel, so the maximum for a two-sided billboard would be 1,344 square feet.
Claire, just to clarify on that one though, as Tiffany pointed out in her example, the proposal is that area or the maximum of the consolidated area of the signs that exist today. So it could be lower than that, like the example that Tiffany provided.
Thank you. Right, so if you've got those 3 billboards that only add up to 400 square feet, then that would be the max that could be. They wouldn't be able to reach the maximum that's listed here. Under the state, use off the premise signs are allowed to be a maximum of 800 square feet per panel, or 1,600 square feet for a back-to-back sign. So there is no conflict in this situation, and the county would actually be more restrictive with that lower number of 672 per panel. The existing zoning code requires use off the premise signs to have a setback of 10 feet from the property line. The proposed text, the proposal would not allow relocation to be closer to the frontage of the property than the sign currently sits. And then under the state, use off the premise signs are not permitted to overhang or be within the state right of way. So I see this as a possible conflict, I guess, depending on location. And then, again, who is more restrictive? I think that's on a case-by-case basis. Okay. So last slide of tables, we're going to talk about spacing. Our existing zoning code requires spacing in between signs be 300 feet if in the commercial district, 800 feet if in the industrial district, and then 1,000 feet apart if along Maryland 30 bypass. They must be 1,000 feet from the Maryland 30 bypass. And then the signs must be located 300 feet from an intersection along Maryland 26, 30, 140, and 97, and then 100 feet from all other intersections in the county. So the proposed text, there is no specific spacing requirements because, again, that's going to be located within that 25-foot radius of where one of the existing signs was. And then under the state, sign spacing has to be 100 feet apart if the intersections are, if they're located in between intersections that are less than 1,000 feet apart, and the signs must be located 300 feet apart if they are between intersections 1,000 feet apart or more. I know that's very wordy. They also must be located 250 feet from a public park, forest, playground, or cemetery. The proposal does conflict with the state, and again, the state is more restrictive in this situation. And then the last provision is electronic messaging. Our zoning code allows for use off the premise signs, or permits electronic messaging for use off the premise signs in commercial and industrial districts, with provisions on light sensing, display time, transition time, and dimming, and then a certification is needed from our zoning administrator. And then existing non-conforming use off the premise signs may partake in this provision as well. Again, they have to be in the commercial or industrial district. So the proposed text basically says the same thing. The consolidation and relocation, they could be converted to electronic messaging, again, given that they're in the commercial and industrial districts. Under this state, they prohibit flashing, intermittent, or moving lights. I believe the county in this situation is actually more restrictive, and then there would be no conflict with the state. So that is all I have for that comparison. I'm going to turn it back over to Tiffany, and she's going to talk about how this relates to some of our plans.
We did review our three comp plans, the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan, the 2018 Freedom Community Plan, and the 2013 Finksburg Corridor Plan for consistency with any changes to the off-premise signs or any verbiage that would reference the off-premise sign use off-premise signs. And the only one that did speak to it was the Finksburg Corridor Plan, as referenced earlier, to periodically review and update the zoning regulations for off-premise, for aesthetic character of the corridor, the prevalence of the billboards near Finksburg and along the MD 140 corridor is a stated concern of residents. Many feel that the large signs diminish the scenic qualities of the community and leave a poor impression on those visiting the county. One critical step toward improving the appearance of the corridor and establishing Finksburg as one of the welcoming gateways into Carroll County is to periodically revisit the regulations and that pertain to the off-premise signage to ensure that they remain current and address the concerns related to this issue, to this use. Now I'll turn it over to Daphne to start our...
Yeah, oh, you can hang on to that. I think So before we really dive too deeply into some of the details of the proposal, there are a couple of questions that I wanted to pose for your consideration, discussion, that really get at whether this proposed text amendment is something that you want to support. It would be really easy to start getting into the nitty-gritties of square footage and heights and all of that sort of thing. But first, I wanted, and we will get into those nitty-gritties, but first I wanted to just pose the question, the first two questions that we have up here. Number one, is consolidation desirable? Because if it's not, then it kind of makes some of the remaining discussion almost a moot point. So is the consolidation of use off the premise signs and use off of the, is that desirable? The second point is, are we comfortable allowing non-conforming signs to be consolidated and enlarged? And some of that would probably tie into why you think consolidation might be desirable. So in other words, we have a situation in which we have an ordinance that has reduced the square footage and height of use off premises signs to something much smaller than industry standards for an explicit purpose to reduce the visual impact of those signs. If you all feel that it would be desirable to be able to take the existing billboards and if nothing more, at least reduce the number of them, if not reduce them or get rid of them entirely. Then we have to also battle with this question of whether we're comfortable allowing those non-conforming signs to then, in the process of consolidation, get bigger. So those are kind of the two basic questions that I'd like to get a little discussion going on so that we know how far down the road on the additional questions related to height and area and what zoning districts they should be allowed in. Before we broach into those areas, what are your thoughts on those first two questions?
I guess from my standpoint, I guess for Clear Channel, how this is beneficial if you have 3 billboards, is it just because it's more square footage and they pay per square foot and therefore they pay more money? You know what I mean? Because you have, let's say, 3 people advertising, and then if you go down to this, then you either have 1 or 2 people advertising. So I guess I'm struggling to see what the actual benefit is from taking multiple people paying for billboards down, limiting that number of people paying for a billboard in the same spot.
I think that's a good question. I'll let Steve speak to any financial considerations going on there. But one thing I'll share with you is that part of the consideration for this request, obviously on behalf of Clear Channel, although it would be a countywide impact, any other owners of boards, if they were eligible, could apply for this process if an amendment were adopted. One of the benefits that we see is increasing the aesthetics and safety of some of these boards. If you drive up and down 140 specifically, you'll see that certain boards have a tendency to get vandalized more often than others. And a lot of times that's related to their height and accessibility of the sign. And so that's the impetus for some of our proposal here in terms of the height and those sorts of things, is to allow a rebuild of a better structure that can be safely maintained by the owners of the board itself, but also prevent other, I'll call them community issues, if you will. But Steve, I don't know if you want to speak to sort of the benefit from a financial perspective at
Correct.
consolidating.
And we also have 3 general industry standard sizes for our billboard panels today, which are 12 by 25, 10.5 by 36, and 14 by 48. Those are the three general billboard panel sizes that you'll see. And as part of consolidating some of these older structures, rebuilding them, we'd like to get more to that industry standard size. That's easier for us to work with selling across the county if we have industry standard panel sizes versus a lot of the more smaller one-off sizes that you'll see. There was as part of this presentation, there was a good example of a property where there's 3 panels where we would consolidate potentially, and those were all outside of those industry standard sizes that we utilize today. And I believe that this would be advantageous not just for Clear Channel, but for other billboard operators.
Steve, could you give me the 3 standard sizes again that you're trying to get to?
12 by 25, 10.5 by 36, and 14 by 48.
Thank you. This is just, we're not talking municipalities when we're talking about the numbers here, right?
That's correct.
Other than in the graphs, in the graphs that you were shown, it did include municipalities.
So that, it did, okay.
Our inventory does track those, as well as the Maryland, MDOT's SHA inventory does as well.
140
and it's all included.
330, okay.
However, those would not be impacted by the proposed text amendment, just to be clear. The proposed text amendment would only impact signs located within the county.
Right.
The municipalities have their own zoning code provisions related to use off-premise signage that we would have to comply with.
Okay.
I think if it's okay with you, it might be helpful for me just to summarize a little bit of our conversation last time, since it's been a little bit of a gap. So just to give you a picture of how the code works right now, and it is very nuanced when it comes to use off-premise signs because of that non-conforming provision. But when you have a non-conforming sign, which almost every billboard in Carroll County right now is non-conforming, you can rebuild it, you can remodel it at how it looks today. And there is a registry that the zoning administrator's office keeps that in 2003, every owner of a billboard filled out a 2-page form that said, here's the size of my board, here's the height of my board, here are the specifications of the board itself. That's kept on file with the zoning administrator. So when somebody comes in and wants to renovate, rebuild a board, the zoning administrator checks that registry to ensure that any permit request is within the parameters of what was on file in 2003. Likewise, if you have a board that is in a commercial or an industrial zoning district, you've seen a few over the past few years that have converted to digital in the county. The one was pictured in the slide presentation today. That's an application process before the zoning administrator where they go to that book and they check to make sure that you are converting to digital in no greater size than exists as of that 2003 date. That process, that's an application process to the zoning administrator to request a conversion to a digital board. If you are granted that approval through that process, through either that process for a digital or for a rebuild, then Clear Channel has to go and request a state permit. And part of that state permit requires a sign-off from the local zoning authority confirming that it has gone through whatever the process is that it's required to go through. So they ask for Anna's signature on that, and then that gets transmitted back to the state. We have in Clear Channel's experience in dealing with the state, we have a different opinion on how much this conflicts with the state code, because we do not foresee any of this being an issue if this were adopted in the state approving these permit requests. But in case the county has any concerns that the state wouldn't approve these, we've proposed a provision in the text that just confirms that we need to get a state permit signature before we can do anything. So that if that does arise, then we'll be disqualified from going through this process to begin with. It's not our intent to try to propose anything and get around any state requirements.
Kelly, could I ask you
yes.
something on that?
Yes.
So then who has the last word on the approval? The state or the county?
Well, if the state does not sign their permit, then it wouldn't even come back to the county for a county
But if the
sign-off.
state did and the county disagreed with that, are we then overridden again by the state?
I don't think that the two are equivalent in that sense. I think that the county in that scenario where the county has approved the permit and then it comes back to the county for zoning sign-off, or where the state has approved the permit and it comes back to the county, I think the county is the last voice.
Okay.
But I don't know that it's necessarily that the county is overriding the state. The county has the legitimate authority to
Yeah,
have
probably a
certain
poor
provisions
choice
in
of
their
words.
ordinance.
In our projects,
I'm just saying, who has the final say on the approval?
in the projects that we've executed,
Yes, sir.
we've gone to zoning for approval. We've submitted a state sign tag application, and then we've received Carroll County building and electrical permits.
Okay,
So it's gone back to Carroll County.
okay.
On the state permit approval application, it asks specifically for the zoning administrator's sign off. So they want to see that our zoning administrator has signed off on this before they would even probably accept that application.
Yes, and along with the property owner sign off and the billboard owner and operator. So could be any billboard operator within the county.
Well, I think that it's a confusing section, so it is worthwhile revisiting. But the request here today in a very basic form is to be able to take existing panels, consolidate them into one, that would be restricted to a height maximum of 50 feet, that could not be greater than the 672 feet, which is the 14 by 48 panel, but in fact, as you saw from the example, might be less, because it would be that or the total of what exists today in those signs. And then that sign that results from the consolidation could be located within 25 feet of any of those existing signs, 25 feet farther back from the property line, not closer to the highway.
You're talking about farther back, but how about just the relocation itself? So that if there's an existing sign and you want to consolidate that, I'll give you what I'm after.
Mm-hmm.
At the corner of Kate Wagner Road
Yes.
and Ridge Road.
Yes.
In my mind, that is the worst possible spot for a sign, and a big sign that's there. If you would move that back, not back from the road, I'm talking about up the road farther. Is that the 25 feet, or are you talking about moving it back from the road 25 feet? In other words, that sign should be moved.
That
So if
sign
somebody
wouldn't
comes
be
in-
part of a consolidation, though.
It could be, so they could consolidate and keep that sign there and make it as big as we're talking about.
So you'd
Which
have
would
to
be-
have two use off the premise signs on the same property
Right.
to consolidate. I think there's only one there.
Yeah, I'm
So
doing
it
a what
wouldn't
if.
be-
Because,
Oh, okay,
in other words,
sorry.
So they can only make that sign bigger if it's a consolidation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right? So if someone come in and say that sign is in terrible shape, we need to rebuild it, there's no restriction at all on them rebuilding it.
They could rebuild it in the same state that it exists today.
Exactly, so, and we
Yes.
have nothing to say about that, even though it's a terrible location as far as traffic and the lights and everything. It's just, we've had some bad accidents there. and
I
I'm
am
wondering-
very well
I'm
aware of the
wondering
accidents that
sometimes
have occurred
why.
at that. Yes, yes. And just to be clear, that's not a Clear Channel outdoor
Oh,
sign.
and-
For today's
And I
conversation.
know you would never allow that to happen.
Well, I will actually say that Clear Channel has removed signs because of safety issues.
But you understand,
Their company
you
will
understand
remove a
what
sign.
I mean here.
Yes,
'cause
I am very
I'm
well
wondering about
aware.
the 25 feet, whether that's maybe too restrictive there. And then the other one is, why don't we just make a uniform length from an intersection instead of 300 feet here and 1,000 feet here? And
So that's a good,
Why don't you just
that's a
make
good
that a
question.
uniform length?
Let me address both of your questions. First of all, related to the 25 feet, I think I know that we proposed a specific 25 feet because originally we had drafted a reasonable proximity language to give the zoning administrator that discretion. And I think that, I won't speak for Anna, she's here, but she wanted a little bit more strict guidance that she could look to and know what she's able to approve and not approve. And so we proposed 25 feet. We would be willing to let that be at the zoning administrator reasonable discretion in those instances. There are instances where you might want it to be a little bit farther than 25 feet for whatever reason. So that's the reason behind the 25 feet. And as for the distance from the intersections, that governs, please keep in mind, it's important to remember that that column of the chart, really what's on there dictates new signs. It does not dictate the non-conforming signs. So most of the non-conforming signs do not comply with those setbacks and those distances right now. So if you came in for a digital conversion or if you came in to rebuild, you would not be subject to those requirements right now. You would be subject to where the sign exists today. So the same thing would be true under our proposal for the consolidation. You'd be able to consolidate within that reasonable proximity, whether it be 25 feet or some sort of discretionary number, from the existing signs today. You would not always meet that requirement of the intersection distance and those sorts of things. Those were put in there for the new use off-premise signs, which are those 32 square feet signs. It's a complicated subject matter. You know, I recognize not everyone's a zoning attorney who looks at billboards every day.
I'm trying to help you make it more simplified. So.
I appreciate that.
So in the end, I may be wrong, but I'm thinking we'll have fewer signs, but larger signs. So
And possibly
that's the
taller.
trade-off.
Yes,
So instead
yes.
of having those, the photo you showed on 140, those three, we'll have one, maybe still two, larger signs, not to exceed the existing square foot. on the
Exactly.
billboard.
Yes,
And
But
yes.
better
if
structures.
one's 300 and one's 150, the new sign could be 450.
Yes.
And would they be further back?
They could not be any closer.
Would they, could we make them?
I think it depends on the property, really, and that's why, I will say that's why we, in our initial proposal, built in some discretion for the zoning administrator, because I think you'll find that certain properties, you might say, hey, you know, that one needs to be a little bit further back. And other properties, you might not have that feeling. Elevations can change things too. All of those sorts of things are really taken into consideration when you're looking at these. But yes, it could not, under our proposal, it could not be located closer to the roadway. And I'll say what Steve just said, although not as loudly as I talk, that part of the rebuild effort here is to create a nicer looking sign as well. A more modern structure, those sorts of things. And with that, you'll find that oftentimes you need a new foundation for the sign anyhow. So that's why you need to locate it a little bit, even if it's only a few feet, it needs to be located a little bit beyond what the existing sign is, because you need, the modern foundation.
Could I ask just who controls the contents, the context, the text on the sign? Who controls that? Is it part of freedom of speech, or can you, if I would say no on this, you could put your sign up and say Ralph Robertson's a terrible commission member. I mean, who controls the context? I'm curious about that.
The billboard operator ultimately reviews, and so the billboard operator will work with the advertising client. The billboard operator will install the copy that goes up on the billboard.
And they may have some restrictions, like each individual owner might have certain restrictions about what they will and will not allow on their signs.
They're like a publisher.
So,
Yeah.
so
I
could
was
we
wondering.
just add to that last part? It says
25 feet unless traffic safety is of a concern, to give her a little bit more flexibility. Because in my opinion, I mean, that's, we talk about the one sign, but there's other signs also that, if they got moved more than 25 feet would be a good thing. I don't know if you could add that in there or not.
I think there's certainly an opportunity to add some language that what you're seeing there is just a little summation of the actual text proposed, but I certainly think that there's an ability to build in that sort of consideration
Kelly,
within
I
the
guess
text.
what I'm concerned about is if that one particular sign that grates me terribly, it's a safety issue, and I just think that if that would ever want to be rebuilt, there should be some mechanism from some group to say this sign needs to be changed because there's a safety concern here.
I think that you should propose a text amendment to the signage section of the code that allows for that.
Well, I would love to
Because
see
our proposal would not allow for that specific situation
Yeah.
because there's not multiple, but it could be allowed for in the code.
when Kate Wagner was a dirt road, and like 5 people went up there every day. Now there's, 2,000 or
Oh,
more.
I know. I live in New Windsor, so I am,
You know
I am
exactly
well
what I
aware
mean.
of that intersection, yes.
And that is a very.
No matter what
that's a
color that
problem.
light
I'm
is,
Sure, like
I am
Matt said,
looking.
there are other areas that, at the time it was put in, said, well, what's the
Mm-hmm.
big deal? Now it is a big deal.
Yep.
And I'm sure.
I think
you-
we'll leave that up to staff to craft that text amendment.
And is that possible, Liz? I mean,
We can draft in anything we want, in theory, and then we will go through the process of bringing it back to you and re-editing language and things like that. It still has to go to commission approval, all of those fun things.
well, we're going through all this now. Why not put a concern in there and help fix it in the future?
So you're looking for language that allows for the relocation of any sign if there's a compelling safety.
Exactly. That's really what I'm after.
Because of the safety issue.
And
We
which
can't tell them they gotta move it, but if they're gonna
No.
rebuild the sign, they need to move it, basically.
Yeah, I really feel that would be a positive to this whole exercise we're going through here.
That may have to be a separate request because it is, it's different enough from what we're doing right now, but we
Well,
can review
and I
that.
don't want to do it unless the rest of the membership or the rest of the commission agrees.
I think we need to call it Ralph's corollary to off-site posted signs. I mean, it's
All right,
just
I'll-
name it
I'll
after
take-
Ralph.
All right, I'll take
Put a
ownership.
plaque on every sign that conveys, I'm in on this. Let's do this.
We can do a little research on it, and then when we come back to you in January, if we have something to share in terms of how we could address that, we'll definitely
It
share that.
is a good idea, Ralph. I mean, if we can improve something, right? That's what we're here for.
I'm not opposed to that sign. I'm opposed to the
Location of it, yeah, I'm with you on that. There should be a mechanism to trigger that.
I,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question, not necessarily for this, however, the billboard's asking for 50 feet. Currently, our on-site properties that put a sign up, we have a maximum there. Does doing 50 feet here give them a good question to say they can do it? Why can't ours be the same height?
Do you mean just so I can understand, you mean the height regulations in the zoning
Yeah.
code for signage? Liz, you want to take it or you want? Because I would say, no, it has no bearing on that. I think that from a zoning regulation standpoint, that height restriction has been adopted related to the zone specifically. And that's an authority of the planning and zoning and the Board of County Commissioners, excuse me. Frog in my throat today.
Of course, someone could always attempt to challenge that.
Yes.
We cannot control whether someone chooses to challenge based off of well, they have it, so why can't we? But as Kelly said, there is an argument to be made for our side, and in theory, one they could attempt to make for their side.
Well, and what I will say about that is there are signs today that are close to 50 feet. Excuse me. The sign on 140 that was on the visual, the digital sign at DD, that's 49 feet. So if people were going to use that argument, in theory, they may have already tried or started to try, and I haven't heard it. So it's not to say it couldn't be, like Liz said, but I don't know how much standing this change would allow them to make that argument when we today have signs that are 49 feet.
I think the big distinction there gets at the second question that we have up here, which is that those signs that are 45, 49 feet are non-conforming signs. If somebody were to come to you and ask for a new sign that was 49 feet tall or whatever, that isn't approvable in our code because that's a new sign. The ones that are already up at that height are currently non-conforming. So what the consolidation is doing is basically saying we're okay with this height if you're consolidating signs. In other instances, we're not okay with it. So I think it's a question of what are the trade, or what are the benefits of allowing for consolidation, and what are you willing to kind of concede in order to reduce the number of signs?
And with regard to the height, that's where we're in conflict with the state, it looks like the most, because the state is 25 feet and we're 50.
And that's another interpretation that we have not experienced from the state, but I understand that there is some state language that they found. Clear Channel does not foresee having an issue in permitting those, but if they did, we wouldn't get the permits and we wouldn't be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. From an advertiser perspective, do you want to be high or low?
I want it to be seen. But I think part of the issue that we've experienced in the county has been with the older structures being low to the ground. They're easier for people to access, climb up, and vandalize. So we'd like to remedy that.
I think from a driving perspective, I like seeing something at a more reasonable level. However, I'm short, so I look short, but coming from a distance, looking up high, you notice it.
Yeah. So, I guess back to your question, is consolidation desirable? I haven't heard anything that says it's not desirable from our comments.
I think it is.
Less is more.
Right? And are we comfortable with the signs being enlarged a little bit? Or combined and enlarged?
Consolidated.
Yeah, it's just, so long as they're combined.
Yeah, you're getting something and you're giving something.
Correct. Correct.
So I'm still little, so 3 different billboards on the same property that Clear Channel has all 3, or it doesn't have to be you?
It would have to be them requesting the consolidation. And again, also as a point of clarity, for any of those zoning applications, you also have to have a property owner signature as well. So that would have to be part of the application. I mean, in theory, Clear Channel could either try to buy the 3rd sign, or it wouldn't be part of the consolidation.
Okay.
Any billboard operator, though, not just Clear Channel,
Right.
any billboard operator. So it could be anyone who currently owns and operates a billboard in Carroll County.
So I have a billboard on there. Mike has one, Matt has one. So do all 3 get promoted then on the new one? Is it a digital that rotates?
You mean like you've bought advertising on it?
Correct.
I don't know, I guess that's an internal marketing decision on Clear Channel's part as to what they do. You know, I think you have monthly contracts for most, I shouldn't even begin to speak. I think it's different digital, printed, okay? Because digital, they have the ability to change it quicker, and they can do instantaneous, like if there's a fire or an emergency service need, they can put up a thing on there instantaneously on the digitals. Obviously, you can't do that on the printed, but they have different contracts with people if you want to advertise on the board. So I think it would just be subject to whatever the contract was with that person.
Interesting.
And with regard to the maximum height, are we saying not to exceed what's there, the existing billboard that's there? No larger than that, no higher than that? That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
And that maximum height is the top edge, not the bottom edge of the sign?
Good point.
Yes. Yes. I thought I knew that, but I, didn't want to speak out of turn.
So if I could just break in, did I just hear you say that you're interested in the maximum height not exceeding
50. Existing height.
whatever, the existing height of the consolidated signs?
Existing height of the existing board.
So if you have a sign
If he
that's
did that, it wouldn't help
25.
him at all.
Yeah, no.
Because he wants to get up off the ground so he doesn't have to worry about people vandalizing him.
Yeah, so we're going to a 50-foot height, but a consolidated square footage,
Well,
right?
maybe.
That's the request.
I think that is the request,
That
and
is the
this is the
request.
point of discussion.
Yeah,
This
you got it,
is
got it. Yeah.
Number 4 on our list of.
I mean, I'd be fine with it going up to 50 feet, especially if you're making it that much larger, so, yeah, I mean, if you have one now, I think one of them was 27 feet off the ground or something like that, so there's no way you could do a 672 or whatever it is square foot billboard, 27, I mean, it would be literally. on
Touching the
It
ground.
would be close to ground level.
Yeah, it would, and that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Is it helpful to pull up a specific slide, or we have the proposed text we can pull up? Whatever might help your discussion, let us know.
I mean, that's really the page right there, I think.
Yeah.
Because you're taking 3 signs, 288, 112, 128.
And if you did have those larger and you had to push it off the road a little bit, the way like where the bottom 127 feet is, so if that was the way the ground slopes, if that were to be a top of 27 foot off the ground, the billboard would almost be below, or part of it would be below the actual street level.
Yeah, okay.
So, Anna can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we do measure, in these cases, we do measure the height from the grade of the road, as opposed to, like, there's a steep drop off right on
Gotcha.
on the side of the road. So they might, well, you can see some of the supports there are taller than others.
So the topography of the land adjacent to the road does matter.
Yes, it says, the existing code says, it's measured from the grade of the adjacent roadway, including any extensions or cutouts, or the grade of the sign location, whichever is greater.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, Daphne, do you?
Can you say that again, Kelly?
Yes. Measured from the grade of the adjacent roadway, including any extensions or cutouts, or the grade of the sign location, whichever is greater. And that's what's in your code today.
That's what's in there now.
So along the lines of, I generally think fewer's better than more. So I'm cool with consolidation. I'm cool with the 50 foot. I'm cool with what they're suggesting, I think, unless somebody can talk me out of it. I think it's a good thing.
And while they are larger, I mean, it just is a much cleaner product when you get the larger ones, because, I mean, some of the billboards look like somebody went out there with a post hole digger and threw a couple poles in the ground 50 years ago, and they're all wonky and, you know.
And this is worth a pause for a second. So we do this, and we're not talking about new signs. We're not talking about. We're talking about consolidation of existing signs. We're not.
That's right.
We're not going to have a gold rush of new signs being proposed because we've gone to 50 feet and because.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure there's not some silly unintended consequence that the geniuses on the left here who are good at what they do.
I will actually say your county staff pointed out that there was maybe a loophole where you could put all these 32-foot square foot signs and then consolidate. So we exempted that as an option from the proposed amendment.
There's
Also-
nothing to eliminate yard signs, which we all love, right? So,
No, these are use off the premise signs.
Got it,
They're
got it.
specifically defined in the code.
yeah, I'm fine with what we're talking about. I think it's generally a good thing. You know, Michael, you live in Finksburg.
Sure do.
You've got neighbors how do you think they would perceive this?
I think they're fine with it. To be honest with you, they become wallpaper.
Yeah.
I don't even look at the billboards because they've been there for so long. I don't even see them anymore because it's, we've been there 25 years and it's just, even the digital one, I don't even look at that. Sorry.
And we do have, at least down in the Finksburg area, we know that we do have some properties that have multiple sign companies that own those billboards. So consolidation, unless there's some great meeting of the minds between different sign companies, the consolidation would probably only occur within whatever signs like Clear Channel owns. But there may still be some other signs on a particular property if they're owned by another sign company. So you wouldn't necessarily see all of the signs consolidated into one.
So you're not looking for a motion today, you're looking
Right.
for a general temperament of, trying to read the room?
No, we would like for some specific things that we can put into a proposed code. And we already have some draft language, but, so it sounds like we're good on the first two questions. Consolidation is desirable, you're okay, with those existing non-conforming signs ultimately being enlarged because there is a benefit to being able to reduce the number of signs. So then if we get your sense of the maximum area, the maximum height, the 25 feet relocation, and then we'll talk about number 5 in just one second, but do we have a sense on the area and the height? Sounds like 50 feet, which is what's being proposed, is generally okay with you guys.
Yeah.
And then the maximum area being proposed is 672 square feet per panel or 1344 total. But either way, it wouldn't be able to exceed the total of what's being consolidated. So if you only end up consolidating signs that have, 500 square feet total, then that's your cap. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Good. You'll have another shot at this when we're actually looking at the text, but in
Look
order
forward
for
to
us
that.
to put something together for you.
So I'm sorry, so we're saying the maximum square footage is 672? Is that what we're saying?
672 per panel.
Yeah.
1344 combined.
And that's the 14 by 48?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then as far as the 25-foot relocation proximity, you know, again, this is the guy who's gonna come back at you and start talking about May. I like having definitions. I like having, you guys having guardrails. I see no reason why, if the site doesn't, if the topography or for some reason it doesn't work, I don't know how do you, because I also want to protect our right to be unreasonable, because, you know, you may not want to put it in a certain place where the person says put it. I don't know what to do there, Daphne, because again, I would like to be, I don't know, 25 feet sounds good, but I also think if you need to get some sort of a waiver, is there a way to have that flexibility within staff to where, I don't know.
We'll propose some language and you guys can massage it at the
That's good.
next time.
Let's look at that, because
Yeah.
giving you some flexibility to do it would be a good thing too.
Yeah, I mean, because you could do 25 feet normal, but then do up to 50 feet with special approval or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Because it still puts limits, but.
Setback.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's
Then
not
you
just
need, you
carte
need to
blanche.
define what those extenuating circumstances would be to warrant that. Otherwise, Anna's making decisions that we don't want to put her in jeopardy with.
I mean, you know, safety, things like that, like it, you know, which we could again massage that. It would have to,
I mean,
it
25
would have to
feet is
be a
from
reason, you know.
25 feet is from me to Liz. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't make any of those putts ever.
I hear you there.
I'd just like to point one thing out on that, it is consolidation of multiple signs, so any of those sign locations would also be potential locations, so it would be
You got it.
25 feet from.
any of those
any
locations.
potential locations.
That's cool.
The one that's selected.
Great point.
25
That's a
foot
great point.
radius or whatever, yeah.
That's a great point.
Not
Okay.
radius.
Love it.
Okay, so really quickly on 5, because I know it's getting late here. Other parameters that you might want to set for consolidated signs. So some of the other text relates to the zoning districts that you can consolidate within and between. So sometimes you'll have a sign that's located, well, actually, let me go through all of these. So you have zoning districts that consolidation can be done within and between. Allowances that made for adjacent and/or adjoining properties in common ownership. So a property that adjoins but is owned by the same property owner, or a property that's on other different sides of a road but owned by the same property owner. And then which signs should be allowed to remain on the property after consolidation. So the way that the proposal is written right now, if Clear Channel owns 3 signs on a particular property and is consolidating 2 of them, would you also require them to remove not just one that's being consolidated, but the other one that they own as well? That's a question mark. Zoning districts consolidation can be done within and between is a question, because we do have the proposal that says it can be consolidated in the commercial and industrial districts. You can consolidate and relocate into either a print or an electronic sign. But as far as other zoning districts, you could consolidate and relocate into only a print sign. So that relates to where we allow electronic signs to happen, which is restricted to our commercial and industrial zones.
I personally think that's a good idea, to keep them separate. Because I know out in the country, there's some houses of worship that have lighted signs that are very, very distracting, driving down the road.
Yes, and just to be clear, those are not subject to the same restrictions we are.
I know.
However,
Those are-
our
Should be.
proposal is not to change
the
anything
code.
about the digital conversion allowance that's in the code. Like our proposal is to keep that as it is, so you'd only be eligible in the commercial and industrial zones. The relation to the adjacent properties is that if you have a situation where you have two adjacent properties that are under the same ownership and you want to consolidate those signs, you can consolidate them. If a portion of that property is zoned commercial or industrial, you could consolidate them and put them on the commercially zoned portion of the property. I know that sounds like way out there, but these properties do exist. There are properties with several split zoning districts that have these signs on them. And so in that situation, you'd have the opportunity to locate it in the commercial or industrial zone, which is kind of what we've a little bit said is more appropriate for those types of signs anyways.
Yeah, I would think if you have one sign in commercial and two in ag or whatever else, residential, that if you consolidated them, they needed to go to the commercial to consolidate, for sure.
Agreed.
I like that. Yeah.
Any other things that you want us to look into in terms of this question, so that we can build it into the proposed text for your review at the next meeting?
I hate to do this.
Yeah.
But, you know, you, Daphne, I'll blame you, you brought it up. So the 3 to 2, I'm thinking about that. So consolidate 3 to 2, you get the 50-foot, you get the bigger image, and the other billboard stays. I'm not sure I like that. So should all three, would the third be forced to be removed with the trade-off being that you can increase the image size to what the 3 were?
I'll speak for the reason we put that proposal in there. The only reason, tell me if I'm wrong on this, Steve, Clear Channel does not anticipate requesting a consolidation and excluding one of its own boards. It would only be on properties where then there's another board owned by someone else, and we wouldn't have control over that. So if that's the concern, maybe we can build in that sort of restriction so that you're only able to do that when the ownership of the sign is different or something. I think but that's the only reason we kind of carved that out, is there are several properties that Clear Channel leases a board where there might be another board that's under different ownership.
There's very few of those throughout the county, but they do exist, and that's why we have it in there.
You know, and Michael, you could conceive of a situation where they've got 3, somebody owns 3, and you move ownership for 60 days to some LLC, and then you'd make the consolidation, and then you buy it back. And we didn't accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
Right.
There's an easy way to get around it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we can legislate that.
Well, and I will also say, although some people might try to play those games, much easier said than done, because Clear Channel actually has leases for the area of the property that's recorded in land records. It would not be an easy process to play a game like that.
That's good.
So
good to know.
So just to make sure I understand the suggestion, and again, we can propose some language for you guys to look at and see what if it meets what you're looking for.
See what it looks like, yeah.
If multiple signs on the same property are owned by the same sign company, but not subject to the consolidation, your preference would be that all of the signs owned by that same company.
Be included in the consolidation.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We'll put some language together and see if that's hitting the target.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment?
Yes, actually.
Hearing none. Our next meeting is Wednesday, the evening meeting, Wednesday, January 7th, which is going to be a training session, right?
Right, so
So-
don't be fooled if you see something that says the planning commission meeting is canceled.
Canceled.
We're still going to meet, it's just that we're not meeting to do business.
Yeah, keep it on your calendars. And then the next day meeting will be Tuesday, January 20th. So with that, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Not all at once. Okay, we're done. Thanks, everybody.